Fight it then. Fight it with all that is in us. And may God defend the right.
Warning, warning.
We gotta stop them! They're gonna kill us all!
See how the trouble you've started?
Be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human beings. Time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, the #1 listener-supported talk radio station, throwing ourselves upon the gears of the machine. Revolution Radio, where information never sleeps.
You called down the thunder, well now you got it. Right, you tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Revolution Radio.
Hello, my name is Mr. Rowe. I am the host of Reality Extraction, Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. I utilize logic, intellect, and magic to methodically autonomize, vivisect, analyze, examine, study, scrutinize, and extract an essence of reality from a fog of illusion and confusion. You can find me on Studio B every Thursday, 1700 hours Pacific Time. That's 8 p.m. Eastern. No topic taboo, no subject too strange. I strive to take a neutral standpoint during the dissection of the topic at hand. That's Reality Extraction with Mr. Rowe on Revolution Radio.
Thank you for listening to Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, the #1 listener-supported radio station on the internet. Please help support this station so this battle can continue forward. Revolution Radio!
Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines,
watch for now.
Wind is blowing cold and dark on the road to no way out. Broken hearts, the smoking gun on the run.
Could bring a fall when I'm far from home. Don't call me on the phone to tell me you're alone. It's easy to deceive, it's easy to tease, but hard to get released.
My name's Jimmy. It's Friday night. It's Revolution Radio. And In to the Microcosm is on the air.
Makes me feel the way you do. You're alright. Whenever I'm asked to make my dreams real, I say that you do. You're out of sight. So be fine. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. Ready, 'cause here I come on my way.
Epic Journeyman, are you there? You better be there. He's not there. Where the hell did he go? He was there. I don't know. We'll check it out. My name's Jimmy. It's Friday night. We're going to open the phones up tonight. It's going to be open lines all night long. We want to hear from you. We want to see what's going on and seeing how you're feeling. We are run down. We are ground down to a pulp. And we are ready to continue the discussion. Like I said, my name is Jimmy. Something happened to Epic Journeyman. Oh, there he is. Come on in, Epic. I already introduced you, but you missed your intro.
I'm back. I was on the other call.
Oh, yeah? Which other call was that?
The coconut line, apparently, yeah, we were talking on earlier. It was still on. I had to drop that one and answer this one.
Yeah, no, so I was just letting everybody know it's been a long week, man. It's, I'm to the end. I'm ground down to a nub. And I've had enough. Enough is enough. And, people have had enough. And I, really want to hear tonight. We're going to open up the phones. I'm going to, if you got my Skype contact, you can hit me on Skype if you want to join the conversation. We can go just about anywhere tonight. But I'm kind of thinking about, what's going on, how people are feeling, what people are thinking, where are you at with this whole thing? I've had enough, right? I don't want to hear any more fantasy stories about what's going to happen. I don't want to hear any more predictions. I don't want to hear any more suppositions. I don't want to hear any more reasonable doubts. I just want to, see where the rubber hits the road, and in the meantime, forget about it. Go ahead.
We have opinion fatigue. We're just tired of hearing everybody else's opinion, right? And everybody else's idea of what things are going to turn out like and what's going to be this and what's going to be that. And meanwhile, reality doesn't match up half the time or most of the time. And we're all starting to get fatigued from it, right? And you can see it, like the idea that as more and more people become aware of just how lame everything really is, right? Everywhere you turn is something that's not true or you have to question. Where the simple things, the easy things, the normal things of life fall by the wayside because you've been, distracted by the shiny objects so long that you got stars in your eyes and you can't see the things that are real right in front of you anymore. And that's the issue I think we're going to talk about tonight is has that fatigue got to you like it's gotten to us? I think it has. I think you can see it everywhere. People are just starting to say, okay, enough's enough, man. They're tapping out. They're saying, you know what? No, enough of this, man. Enough of the nonsense. We entertained the nonsense long enough. Yeah. Let's just deal with what's real now.
It's like a total whiteout. So Rio is trying to join that other call that we had set up earlier.
Right. I just messaged him a minute ago or two.
Right,
yeah.
Well, I just called him on here. So if tell him to join this call anyways over here. My name's Jimmy. I'm sitting here with the Epic Journeyman. We're trying to connect Rock and Rio, and we're going to open the phones up to you guys tonight. I'm going to let you say your piece. Just remember, there's no F-bombs, and just steer away from the F-bombs, and everything should be A-okay. You want to give out that number again? What is it, 626-999-4761? 626-999-4761, is that it?
That's it. I always do the Herman Cain 999 in the middle, but yeah, 626-999-4761. Yep, that's right.
Right on. Well, hey, we got a whole bunch of people over in the chat room. Remember, we are listener supported over here at revolution.radio, freedomslips.com. Come on over, join the chat room. Trucker Gerald's in there, Valerie's in there, John's in there, Dave Scott, Surrey Sunflower, Up, Maced 139, Fleisch is in there. Stardust Man, Dirt Engineer, Ben, Rudolph, Cheese and Coffee, Wall E, Sacramento. What is that, Sacramento Joe? I can't tell. Somebody, Comet, Popsicle Toes, Batsman, Jackbot, Simply Red, Not Much to It, Jer Bear, Hummingbird, and Mr. Rowe. There's a bunch of people over here on Into the Microcosm with Jimmy Jean. Strike Zone over here on YouTube. Rusty Swords over there. Danny Title, Zoe Buttercup's over there. Looks like Mirianic is over there. And a bunch of other folks. John's there. Everybody's there. Looks like Rio's joined us. I think I can hear him chewing on something. Rio, is that you over there I hear?
Yeah, that's me. On the
You muted up again somehow. It's a train wreck. 626-999-4761. Join the train wreck right here on revolution.radio, freedomslips.com. No, we're just getting into it, Rio, and we're saying, hey, man, we're sick of it. It's white out. I just want it to be over, and I think, a lot of people are feeling the same. Go ahead. Jump in there on that.
Hang on. I'm...
You're going in reverse.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Let me set the premise a little bit. So, opinion fatigue, right? Opinion fatigue. It started with these news shows that weren't really news shows. They were people telling their opinion about the news, right? And all these shows started, whether it be like Hannity, whether it be like on the other side, you had Rachel Maddow. And they got their opinions, and they're based on the news. There's news in it somewhere, but they're not really the news, right? And then it became Facebook with the Facebook news feeds, right? But they're not really the news. There's the news that they know that you already agree with because the psychographics are targeting you to tell you what you want to hear. It's a feedback loop. And eventually what happens is there's no real news anymore. And people stop reading the newspapers and they stop watching what few news shows there really are. There's very few of them out there, reading, what's actually going on. And everybody's just hearing what they want to hear. And at some point, everybody has a theory they want to share. And the theory develops, and the theory, maybe it's a good theory. It sounds good for a long time. And then it builds a conspiracy based around that theory, and then it builds a expectation, no different than a cult or religion. Just like I don't call it the historically, it's called the Great Disappointment, where all those people that William Miller brought along saying that the rapture was going to happen on a certain day, they sold the farms. That's where the term comes from. And they went out on the hill and they waited for the rapture to come, and it didn't come, right? And then he just moved the date. He moved the goalpost, right? It didn't happen again. And that's happening over and over and over again to everybody through social media. And it just keeps everybody engaged without ever getting a reward. It's like the poor guy or poor girl is going after their, the lovelorn person and never gets the satisfaction of ever hooking up with their love interest, right? It's horrible. And everybody's starting to get and feel the fatigue, I think. I think it's showing. I think it's really starting to unravel right before our eyes.
Well, the other thing is, too, is there's no space between one thing and another. So there's no distinction between one thing. It's all one giant noise floor, and everybody's going at the same volume, so you can't really hear anything anymore. And it's to the point where, you just want to tune out. Just tune out and take a break from it, eh? And so the thing is like at this point, just all the things that we used to do to take breaks, we pretty much used those all up, and trying to fill our time, being stuck around the house. Like, for example, today's the first time in my life I've ever been sitting at home and all of a sudden my phone goes off with an emergency tone telling me that I am now under mandatory stay-at-home orders. It didn't just happen once either. It happened like 5 times. So that, my phone is like this, messaging system now to let me know that I can't go outside.
Hold on, man. You know what? That's important. I got a phone call from Spectrum today, which is a cable company, right? And I moved, and I wanted to check on my current thing, and somebody else wanted to rent my old place, whatever, and then we turn over the rights to them. Okay, great. But in the process of doing that, I went through all these hoops, and they kept calling me back, and I had to go answer this automated questionnaire thing to set up this emergency broadcast 911 call thing, and I couldn't complete it without doing this. And it took like several hours out of my day by the time it all got done. What's that about, man? Because you just mentioned something that I think is relevant. In other words, it's important enough for them to start calling people and find an excuse to do it, to set that up. Why? Right? There might be something to that. But there's one of those theories that may not pan out. Right?
Well,
it does make me wonder.
Well, we did that piece on when this thing first happened at MIT, came out with an article, and it said things are never going back to normal. And basically what it was saying was that your phone was going to tell you in the future when the ICUs started to get full, that your phone would tell you in the future when you'd have to stay home and stay quarantined. And I think that's what we're starting to maybe see the beginning of right now with this. You want to jump in here, Rio? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm on the cell phone deep in the heart of Texas right now. So.
Oh yeah, so it's a little bit. You're inside the territory formerly known as Texas.
Yeah, which may be its own country in the very near future, by the way, because of all this nonsense. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I've been, you know, on the phones, I get alerts for, you know, Amber Alerts and weather alerts and stuff, but I have not yet gotten a mandatory stay-at-home alert. However, you know, at home in New York, they are kicking things up a notch too with the quarantining nonsense and the mandatory stay-home stuff.
Well, I was hoping that after I got the beeping sound on my phone letting me know that I was under mandatory stay-at-home orders, why I didn't get the next beeping tone telling me that my monies were going to be directly deposited into my account now that I'm not able to go anywhere and go to work. So where's my money supposed to come from? So, I mean, you know, you sit around and you got nothing but time all day. You got nothing but minutes in an hour and hours in a day and days in a week. Sit around and just sit there and mulling this stuff over in your head over and over again. Not just this thing, not just problems, not just this and that, but all this other stuff too. What's going to happen, you know? What does this mean? Why does there a hidden meaning behind everything there is? Nothing is at face value. It doesn't matter what it is. Somebody could come straight out and tell you face value, and people would be sitting there trying to figure out what the secret meaning of it is. So there's never, I mean, it's reached this point of like crescendo where there's never anything is never face value. Everything always has a secret double entendre meaning.
I think you solved the riddle of cat videos being so popular on YouTube. I think that's it. You know, kitten playing with something is about as simple as it gets. There's no hidden meaning there, you know. I think maybe there's something to that people are just tired of that everything, you can't trust anything. They call it paralysis through analysis, right? And it's another form of mind control in a sense. There you go, leaning into that. But it's true. I mean, it's one of the things that sets you in a state of mind that doesn't let you just appreciate what's going on with the inputs that you see with your own senses. You have to add to it. You can't react to the natural way you would react to something.
Yeah, and I mean at this point, like I was saying earlier, it's like a whiteout. It's like you can't really discern anything out. You can't really make it out. You can kind of see it out there in the distance, but you can't really make it out. You know, kind of see it, but it's not really sure. You know, I had the weirdest experience last night. I was going to share this with you guys. You know, I had this sleep because I had to get up early and I was thinking about stuff and I was tossing and turning this and that. I was sleeping and, you know, I was having a dream, you know, and you know how like when you're having dreams for the most part in your dream, whatever you're dreaming, it seems like it has a solid quality to it. It's, you know, it's solid, you know, it looks solid anyway. You don't necessarily test it, but it, you know, it appears solid. When you see a person standing there, they look like they're solid. Well, in my dream last night, it was a bunch of different small dreams because I kept waking up, but everything seemed to be fading. Like I could see through the people, you know, and I could kind of see through the walls and whatever else was in the room, kind of thing. Kind of like it was just like disintegrating, or I could see through it, and it was an odd experience which I've never had before. So I was curious, have you ever or have you ever heard of this, or have you two experienced anything like that?
We go first, Trio. I have one, but I don't want to jump in right away if you got one good there.
No, go ahead, Epic. I'm still trying to get myself coordinated here. I just
Right.
woke up a few minutes ago, so I'm trying to get myself together.
I can relate.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so the one I had wasn't like you're talking about with the transparent falling away of the world so much. It was a really bizarre dream. I was on a submarine at the time. So you gotta imagine I'm underwater and it's all dark down there in the berthing area. It's an 18-man berthing area, so it's down in the forward bow portion of the sub. Super dark, you know, and everybody's in the racks stacked 4 high, 3 high in some spots. And then so I was sleeping. It's like being in a coffin, you know, and so there's no light coming in. You get the curtain drawn. And I had this dream that all of a sudden I was trying to rescue some girl. You know, it's like this girl and she was like stuck in this place, right? But the thing was, when I went to go, she was under examination by these creatures, and when I went to go look at the girl and rescue her, we were actually not. This is where things fell away, like you're talking about. Like I saw like the shadow, not the shadow, the shape of a man like falling through space onto this rock, down far below, and not like a hell thing or anything like that. Just like losing your footing, like the floor disintegrated underneath. And as I'm falling down there, I heard this voice say, "That's your spirit." Right. And I go, well, that's strange. Right. And I met with the girls down there. So we ended up like united in this dream. But we became on a screen, these frequencies on a screen. We were just frequencies on a screen. And there were these entities that were watching the frequencies on the screen. And it was this acknowledgement that we were just those frequencies on the screen, like looking at a display of some kind in a way. And it was a trippy thing because it was the first time that it was ever in the dream acknowledging that it was a dream and not reality, that reality is a projection of something else. So that's the only time I ever saw something like that where it was, it did disintegrate like the floor or whatever beneath, but after that, it ended up in this otherworldly kind of situation where it was just, like I said, frequencies.
What I'm talking about is reality seeming to disintegrate.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But
I mean, even in the physical sense, I mean, even right now. I mean, even right here, right now, this, what we see and what we are used to as far as our old reality seems to be flickering in and out. Doesn't seem like it's coming in. You seem like we're in between the stations. That's the kind of quality it had to it. It seemed like I was in between stations or whatever I was looking at was, But I mean, even that, those are sort of like if there was a video game and my video game was kind of glitchy, would look like that, or virtual reality would look like that. It was kind of glitchy, and so I was just curious if anybody experienced that.
It's a good call-in topic, and from an interpretation, a dream interpretation standpoint, I immediately got that from, what a dream interpretation aspect would be that you are seeing through the fakery of the world, essentially.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I don't. Artificial construct.
There really was no context. The dream had no, storyline or anything like this. It was just that I was in it and noticing that this was going on. So, I've never personally, like I said, I've never experienced anything like that before. So to me, it was a new venture, and we're coming up on the bottom of the hour, first break here in a couple minutes. So give out that number again. What is it? 626-999.
999. Yep. Oh, now I forgot the last part. 4761, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's it. And I'll drop it in the two chat rooms. Go ahead. Say it again.
626-999-4761. So give us a call. Share your experience with this and what you think about the world and how it's going right now, and if you feel that that fatigue that we're all feeling about it.
Yeah, no, it's my spaceship is on automatic pilot, Rusty Sword. I'll tell you that right now. Because I'm flying through hyperspace over here on YouTube, and Rusty Sword was asking who was driving the spaceship, and I got that on automatic pilot. Yeah, so you guys give us a call on in. Don't forget, we are listener supported. Head on over, become a patron. We can use your help. Like I said, you may tune in one day expecting it to be there, and it's not there because you thought somebody else was gonna take care of it. So man, if you're feeling the Christmas spirit or whatever, you're feeling that giving spirit, mosey on over there. Become a patron. Go to the Zazzle store. You can even send something snail mail if you like to do it old school, which lots of people do. I know I do. I'll go old school, but hey, I'll go new school too. Anyways, Rio, are you situated or are pretty close?
I'm pretty close.
Right on.
I just opened up the laptop, so I should be real in a minute.
Excellent. Well, so when we come back, we gave out the number. Go ahead, give us a call. If you have my Skype contact, feel free to also hit me up if you want to join the conversation for a bit. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. Don't be embarrassed. Come on in. Let us know what you think. We're interested in hearing about people, what they're doing to stay try to keep focused. To keep yourself. You gotta reel yourself in. You have to reel yourself in because it's easy to float away in your little isolation tank, at your house. So sometimes you just got to reel yourself back in. Epic.
Well, that's so true. In a way, that's what it is. It's like an isolation tank. Everybody's getting separated. Everybody's getting in their own little. It's not just a filter bubble anymore. It's truly a bubble. They're separated by the stimulus they used to get walking around outside and meeting people and talking at the cafe and all those kind of things. So once that's gone, you become increasingly more dependent on electronics, basically, or telecommunications devices, and those aren't real, right? So when you miss the sunlight and you miss the interaction of normal life, then as much as I love games, I love virtual reality, but I don't want to do it all the time, and we're kind of getting forced rather into that mindset, that's becoming more normal, right? And that's great if we're traveling through space and we got 3 years to get to Mars or whatever, but we're not going there yet, So, yeah, and it is a good test in a way of how life would be imagine being on a ship going to Mars and spending 3 years having to live like this, a true lockdown, right?
Yeah, well, lots of people go to prison, to do time in that way. But that's the thing is that your internal universe is infinite. You can spend your time and as long as no one can take that away from you, as long as you have your mind, you can do anything you want to. When you close your eyes, it's infinite. So you could be anywhere you want to be. You could be experiencing whatever you can think, however strong your imagination is the reality you could create for yourself. But does that reality materialize in the material world? Can you touch it? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Maybe it's like that dream I was having, It's hard to tell. Realistically, I can't say that I necessarily have ever necessarily really reached out and touched something that was a material thing in a dream and felt it. That I've ever even known if any of it's solid, or I've just assumed that it was because it appeared to be. I don't know. That I don't know. But we'll talk about that and maybe more when we come back from the other side of these station messages about some of the other shows that are happening here 48 hours a day, 7 days a week. Revolution Radio, ladies and gentlemen. Mom's Jimmy, we right back. Hey Rio, I could see you. I could see you're on camera. Hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much. Get rid of that speaker, can you?
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, we're in a feedback loop. Hey, cool. Well, that's what we're talking about, a feedback loop. All right. Hey, Epic, jump in here for a second. I got to take care of some business over here. All right.
Oh, well, perfect for real. I was just making a comment in the chat about those Manly P. Hall lectures.
Do you want to be on YouTube, Rio? On camera? No? All right, listen, I'll let you sweat, and it'll take me a minute to set it up. Hang on. Go ahead, Epic. I'm sorry.
No, it's right up Rio's alley, being a music engineer. So no, those recordings that are still on YouTube from the Manly P. Hall lectures. I mean, some were in film, but most of them are the audios from 78 RPM vinyl albums, right? I was just cracking up. They should be 33 and a third, right? I mean, he's the famous Freemason guy. But have you ever noticed the difference between like the 33 RPM albums and I mean, not just the recording quality, but I mean the actual syncs and all those things being off now? Like now that everything's gone digital, like it's strayed way off what it used to be for, say, Dark Side of the Moon, for example. I mean, by a couple seconds, right? Is that across the board just from digitization, you think, and re-engineering, or you think that's deliberate?
He's busy, I think, or he's.
I don't know if that made sense.
He
Yeah,
just,
so
he
for
just
the people
put
in
his
the chat.
No, he just put his headphones on. I'm still busy over here. Hang on.
Yeah, so for people in chat that might miss that idea. So the idea is, like, for example, you could play the LP 33 and a third album for Dark Side of the Moon and sync it to Wizard of Oz and the Third Lion Roar, and it syncs perfectly on the 33 and a third album. But if you play it on CD, you have to stop it 3 times.
We got to go back.
Per second.
We got to go back. Okay. Hang on. We got to go back. Do you want to be on YouTube?
Nah, don't put the video up.
All right, well, then you don't need to be on camera unless you want to.
It's just because I just reopened the Skype, that's all.
Yeah, no problem.
Think about getting by without that need to go out and find. Oh.
name's Jimmy. This is Tommy Guerrero, Soul Food Taqueria. Analogous Maximus. Soul Food Taqueria. Tommy Guerrero. Check it out. I'm sure you'll enjoy it if you like that style of music. And that's the kind of mood we're in. We've had enough. We've had enough, and we're not taking it anymore. Right here on Revolution Radio. My name's Jimmy. I'm with the Epic Journeyman and Rockin' Rio, and we're talking about the feedback loop. We're stuck in a feedback loop of endless predictions and prognostications and reasonable doubt creators. Fomenting opinions of dopium and hopium, on and on through infinitum to a point of white noise. We're trying to rise above the noise and try to find the signal tonight, ladies and gentlemen, right here on Revolution Radio. Have you tuned into the signal yet, Rio?
I have.
Excellent. Well, you sound like you're on our frequency. Epic Journeyman, the feedback loop. This is an endless feedback loop running on nonstop barrage of mimetic engineering, going 24 hours a day, no matter where you look, no matter where you go. Turn on the TV, turn on your phone, open the newspaper, talk to the person next door. Wherever you go, you can't get away from it. There's no way out of it. There's nothing we can do about it. You must pay attention to it. How do you get away from it, man?
You have to unplug, you have to turn it off, you have to divorce yourself from the stimulus that you're being exposed to. And that's not as easy as it sounds, I mean, because right now it's so pervasive that no matter where you go, I mean, they're putting electronics and cell towers and not picking on cell towers, but whatever it might be, some kind of technology that transmits this stuff that keeps you in the loop and keeps you enticed to check in, no matter where you go. I mean, there's very few places you can go. And when Starlink's set up, it's going to be everywhere, the entire planet, everywhere, even Antarctica.
Well, I was looking at a story earlier today, and they had a rat. They had two rats. They set them up in a couple cages across, the world from each other. The only thing that they had, these two rats, they're in their cages. The only thing they had was internet. So they were able to connect the two brains of these two rats via the internet and make the one rat do what the other rat was doing in another cage across the world. And I thought it was funny and interesting, but what was even more interesting was some of the comments around it was like, yeah, man, they were doing that like 8 years ago. And I'm just thinking to myself,
right.
I'm just thinking to myself, I mean, listen, there's things that you can't see and things you can't hear, but just because you can't see them and can't hear them doesn't mean they're not there. So subsonic and ultrasonic entrancement and entrainment via devices that are in your possession or in your very near vicinity, can cause states of apathy, can cause states of agitation, can cause states of, even psychosis can be induced by certain stimulation of bodily functions, causing reactions in your body to have you squirt the chemicals you desire. The thing everybody's looking for, that pleasure principle, that dopamine injection that everybody loves so much. The pleasure that we seek, Epic.
Yeah, the feedback loop is an interesting concept, and I may be wrong on this, but I think I'm right. The term, I think, was coined by Norbert Wiener, and he wrote his 1948 book Cybernetics. He coined the term cybernetics, right? And he outlined how this would work, like how these feedback loops would. It used entrainment, all these other ideas, right, to make this constantly reinforcing, self-reinforcing automaton, essentially, to get learn. But it was more than that. But it put all kinds of concepts forward, using the merger of the biological, the electronic, all together. That's where we get the term cyborg from. So we're becoming cyborgs, right? So it was really ahead of his time. But the thing about that is that he didn't think, he wrote that in the book, that it would ever be possible, that humanity would never reach a point where to do these things, to make these self-reinforcing feedback loops in such a plentiful multitude to be effective would ever be possible. But he couldn't foresee the internet and computers like we have them today, and we have them. So that's what we're facing. And so I think it's interesting that in a way we're tearing off the the wires in our head, right, and saying, no, we're fatigued, we're over it. Something's wrong here. No, I don't like it anymore. It's not fun anymore, right? And I think that's great. In a way, humanity has a way to overcome. I'm hoping anyway, but maybe not. I don't know.
What's going on around here is, in California, it's in the last week, my power's gone out like 3 times. And it's interesting because in the whole time I've been living here, my power's gone out, like 20 times. So I'm just saying it's an unusual amount of times that the power's gone out just recently. And just, when the power goes out, realistically is when all of this noise stops. Because, when if the power was to go out and there was nothing, when something did appear, there would only be one thing. There wouldn't be a bunch of things to choose from anymore. You'd only be searching and searching and searching and wishing you could just find something to, and when you did find it, it would be the only thing that was there, and that'd be the only information that you had to know what was going on. And from that point forward, you would seek your information from that source. You wouldn't have another source. There's so many sources for information now that it's literally in a quantum universe where anything's possible. If you can say it, it's possible. In other words, people go, oh, yeah, shit, man, you can't make this shit up. Oh, yeah, you can. I sit here and make shit up all day long. I'll make it up all night long. I bet you I could make up a story and you wouldn't know if I was making it up or telling you the truth because there's no way to verify it. You only have to go by whether or not you trust what I say, my judgment, my, what I've done, up to this point to, give you the impression that I might have something to say or know something about a subject. But there's really no way to know, is there? There just isn't. And so, when the noise floor gets to that level where the waters have been so muddied, even if the truth was sitting out there in the plain nose on your face, it'd be almost impossible to even see it.
Well, the way I look at it is, if it's in a movie, it's possible, right? I mean, somebody thought it up and somebody can make it happen. So, the reality of what you're watching on the movie screen is, a very possible scenario to be the real world. I mean, if you blur that line just a little bit, how do you know what's real and what's not?
There's no way to tell what's real and what's not anymore. That's what I'm saying. Because look, in order for quantum whatever it is to exist, it's like you can just say whatever it is, and then now it is that because you just said it. It didn't exist till you said it. Now you said it. Well, hey, there's a million dimensions. They didn't exist, but now they do because I just said it. Right? Isn't that the concept?
That's 100% true, actually. Yeah, because it may have been captured only in your own mind, right? It never got out before, but once you put it out there, now it's out there, and everyone can interact with it. And then it's like a virus. It just spreads to everybody. But maybe not the negative sense like a virus. I mean, just in the sense it becomes a medium. It becomes a medium after that.
Yeah, and it doesn't, and quantum fantasizing doesn't require any proof whatsoever. Can it be proved out? Can you physically represent it? Does it take a machine like CERN to represent it? I mean, do you need something like that to represent it?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's that same thing though. If you can think it up, if you can dream it, if you can write it down, whatever, then it is a potential reality.
Well, so
the best term was letting the genie out of the bottle, right? That's what it is. I mean, it was always there in the bottle, but until somebody let the genie out of the bottle, or Pandora's box, right? Same kind of premise.
So there's a big difference between quantum theory and the kind of science that was being put forward by like the Einsteins of their day. they had to have some kind of scientific method behind whatever it was, and they had to have a way to prove it, and this and that and the other thing, right? So there's a whole basis of understanding that our whole scientific knowledge is based on, and then you switch to another type of science that seems to resonate with a lot of the things that we've heard over the millennia about different aspects of the universe, and the quantum theory and the electric universe. All these things seem to make real good sense, and the difference is that for the most part, most of the quantum stuff is theoretical, except for the quantum computing and the existence of this space that exists. It's neither here nor there. And so that seems to prove something out, that there is something there, right? So there's something there, but what's there is whatever somebody says it is, and there's really no way to say. When Geordie Rose says, "I go to another dimension and bring back resources," what does he mean by that? What is a resource? What is exactly that resource he's talking about? Is he talking about information? What's he talking about? Do you have any idea what he's talking about when he says, "I come back and I bring resources"?
He brings back things that he doesn't understand or can't interpret. That's what it means. Those are resources. You know what they are. It's like, all of a sudden having potatoes, not knowing what potatoes were. He just brought something back, added to the stew that wasn't there when you started. And that does mean something's going on, right? I mean, it does. Like the whole idea about quantum physics that surprises me, quantum mechanics, I guess, it's from the 20s, officially, when it first proposed. But the idea that this math is surprisingly simple that started it. They plugged in things to calculate spin, right? Using what's called matrix mathematics, where we just made a bunch of random calculations that made the equation fit by plugging them in, by trying to predict the spin. And if they did the right matrix, right, it worked. Well, that's all it was. It was a guess, basically, that made it work. Right. But then once they had that, it's like, well, okay, it's showing we have a spin at this angle, and this angle means this. So we know that these particles spin this proportion related to each other when they're entangled, basically. I'm not an expert in quantum physics, but I'm saying that it's surprisingly simple that they were playing a guessing game. They knew it had to work. They knew that it would work. They suspected it'd work, and the way they proved it was through basically plugins. Basically, we're going to try this, and it worked, So now we have quantum computers that use that premise and are doing these things like a magic 8-ball that we can't go back and trace back and know how it got there, because it's way more sophisticated than that now. It's doing all these things that we could never dream of faster than we could go back and prove its math, basically. So is it really bringing back extra resources, or we just can't figure out what it did? Which is which? I don't know.
Well, it brings up the question too, like, what exactly are the resources? Is it knowledge? Is it some kind of spiritual force? Is he tapping into the universal consciousness? Is he, is God giving him the answers? There's he leaves that statement open for such interpretation. You could pretty much make anything of it that you want.
Right, you could just make it mean whatever it means, right? And then it didn't mean anything until you thought something about what he said, and then because you thought of it, you created it. Now it exists. You know what I mean? I mean, the thing about it is the speed of light absolute? I mean, because is the speed of light absolute, or is it only our ability to measure the speed of light that at this point is what it is, or what it was? I mean, I don't think the exact speed of light was ever calculated into anything Einstein did. Was it, Epic?
I don't know. I mean, we've all settled on 186,000 miles per second, but is that really verifiable? I mean, the way that they tried to prove it was there was an eclipse down in, I believe it was South America somewhere, and there was some kind of deflection thing you get off of the corona of at this particular moment in time that would verify that number, and that's what they use, if I'm correct. I think I am. I think that's where they got it from. I can't remember the year. I think it was, I'm not sure the year, but I know that's what it was. And yeah, that's what it's based on. As far as I know, it's not really been verified after that. I mean,
well, the interesting thing is that now, more recently, since Einstein, it's been proven that the speed of light does change depending on the medium it's in. So whether you're talking about the hollowness of space, or passing through a piece of glass, or passing through a body of water, the speed of light is different through all those different mediums. It's not exactly the same. It doesn't vary much, but it varies enough that it's measurable. So, maybe if space was truly a vacuum, then there'd be a little faster, or maybe there's something out there, and it's why it's the speed that that's where we get the 186, 262 from. What the actual speed limit is, though, is variable.
Now, in other forms of energy, like acoustic energy, it varies wildly. Like the speed of sound in water is 4 times faster than it is in air. And of course, in metal or some other denser medium, it's a lot faster than that. So it's like 4,850 feet per second in water, seawater on average. So it's 4 times faster than it is in air. So two things that sound does and light does as well, and we learned that, is they both bend. You can bend light and you can bend sound. Well, if you can bend it, then how do you know that the measurement you have wasn't bent on the way to you, from source to you, right, over expansive space or whatever, right? So is 186,262 consistent? I mean, how can you make that judgment? We're in such a small sample pool when you talk about the universe, right? We're in a little corner backwoods area of space, right? That's it. Maybe it's just that here.
So our universe exists based on that. But our universe might be a whole different place if that wasn't what it was based on, right? So, like, for example, somebody was talking about some signals being received from, I forget where Lost in Space was going to, the same star cluster. They got a signal. And I was
Alpha Centauri and Alpha Proxima.
Yeah, right. So I'm thinking to myself, well, so if that's the case, if radio signals just transmit through space forever and ever and ever, so that means that if we weren't hearing it before and we're hearing it now, it all of a sudden just started. And then if it just started, how long ago did it start before it actually we hear it? So how many? I mean, so if it's like 6 light years away and we just started hearing it, how long ago did it actually start, and isn't even still going at this point? You know what I mean? I mean, are we just hearing the remnants or the reflections or whatever it is? I mean, the thing is go ahead. I just mean the universe that we construct is based on some conceptual,
projection.
Right? It's conceptual. So if you spin out of that Einsteinian world and you jump into the quantum world, it's no different. You're just saying that the universe can be different, be based on a whole bunch of stuff that you really can't prove, but you can theorize, and because you can theorize it, it exists, right? Good.
Well, yeah, like here on Earth for us and whatever we are, the speed of light is a reasonable constant, and it's a good basis to work off of to, it fits our paradigm and where we are. But when if you were in Alpha Centauri, maybe the whole thing is different. Maybe they operate at an entirely different frequency. The light speed is different. The sound speed would be different. Maybe the particle physics is even different. And we just don't know because, we're not there. And the whole thing with it being, if it happened 6 light years ago, how far away was it really, and when did it start? There again, you don't know, because you don't really know how long it took for that to get here. If it, it was a straight line or it got bent around, maybe it really was only 5 light years, but because of the path it took 6 to get here. There's a whole lot of variables that you really can't you can't really put your finger on exactly you can't pinpoint it.
Well, the thing about it is, man, if you want to jump in here, Epic, thing about it is, man, is like the concept of something being that far away is too far away. So the thing is that maybe it's not as far away as we think it is. Maybe it's only as far away as we think it is. In other words, if everything's happening all in the same moment, past, present, and future all happen in this moment, and anything's possible, and it wasn't possible before we thought of it, then at that point anything's possible. So things could be a lot closer. Time travel's possible. Wormhole jumping or whatever it is, going land on Mars. All these things are possible. The thing is they're just not provable, and that's the issue, right? Go ahead, Epic.
Yeah, so the thing that I think about is the metaphors and parables throughout philosophy and religion and what Christ said and all these things, right? How they all tie to the mind and how the ideas that we come up with are based upon our mind still, right? So the holographic universe, the idea that is a projection of this really small pinprick area in the universe, and everything projects from that, right? So everything's actually really close together, and it projects out from that small source and creates the entire universe that we see. I'm butchering it, I'm sure. And then the other idea is that, okay, there's this the new big fad is the big bounce. So the universe expands in this big bounce, from the Big Bang, and as it spreads out, it creates multiple universes because there's little holes in between. Then it contracts, and then when it contracts, it smooths out the holes, and it comes back to a pinprick spot in space again, and then bounces back out and expands into Big Bang again, and it resets it. It's like a global reset in the sense of the cosmos, right? But aren't these also like a conversation, any conversation any of us are in, where your mind is going all these different places from one small idea to start, and it goes to random faraway spots, and in reality, they all started from the same spot, the same source, right? So in reality, they're all close together. They aren't light years away. They're light years away in terms of the conversation, maybe limited by time and places we go in philosophy, but in reality, in terms of physics, maybe they are just all one small finite spot projected from that spot.
Well, yeah, wouldn't it? I mean, the pinpoint of time that we're in now, right? You talk about something starting 6 light years in the past, but when it happened with them, they were in that point in time, and it's just it's a reference, it's a matter of perception from where you're looking to from the point you're at. So it's entirely variable, but that's how it could all be happening at exactly the same moment and not ever at the same moment. That's how I guess probably you would explain the concept of eternity, right? If God always was and always is and will always be, we're looking at it from a specific reference point, but the reference point from the other side, they're looking at our past, our present, and our future. So that's it's confusing, but how do you look at it? You just have to take that specific point in time, and we see that even looking at particles from our point of view, right? We can either measure them and know where they are or how fast they're going, but we can't do both at the same time. So you can either see them and perceive them, or you can know their direction, but you can't measure both things at the same time because you can only look from one point of reference.
We're about to go to a break and get some perspective. My name's Jimmy. It's Into the Microcosm. That's Rockin' Rio. I'm sitting here with the Epic Journeyman. I think we have a caller on the top here to join the conversation. If you want to join us, give us a call. 626-999-4761. 626-999-4761. We're talking about I don't know, man. We're getting a little deep. I thought we were just going to kick back and, chat about. But I think you guys are getting deep. And as deep as it goes, that's as deep it'll get. Here we go. Put on your hip boots, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to fill my teacup.
has gone before.
All right, sorry about that. I got hung up. So we got to, hey, Two Feathers, what's going on, man? We're about to go back, bruh. I'm just going to play a little chunk here before we head in, and then we'll be in. I'll bring you in. Good to have you, man. Thanks for joining us, Two Feathers.
Hey, right on.
Yeah, man. Okay, hey, could you do me a favor? Just mute up, because we're going to come back here, and I'm going to deal with this here, and then here we go. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go.
About just a second. Yep.
Here we go.
Talking about Jesus coming down.
No, that's right. Yeah.
I'm Steve Crawford, host of Factor Theory Live. Join me every Sunday night from 10 p.m. till midnight Eastern Standard Time on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. Check it out.
Driving around the city with my head down low. See trouble up ahead and 2 ways to go. Wanna bring tears to my baby's eyes until you hear them angels cry, singing, you are not alone. You are not alone. Yeah. Everybody hear me. It's anybody out there. Can anybody hear me? Is anybody out there?
Walk Factor 8. Their mission: to boldly go where no man has gone before. But outer space has other plans. And now, their mission has changed.
There's just one thing I want.
Revenge, Captain?
Why not?
Introducing the 9th film by Quentin Tarantino.
What were your orders, Kirk? To start a war? You've succeeded.
They meant to bring peace to the galaxy.
This will be your final battlefield.
They brought their pieces instead. It's a galaxy of green blood, green women, and Nazis.
Tell me your orders. You were sent here to kill our Führer. Confess.
What in blazes is this?
Captain Kirk, the captain's log isn't the only wood he's packing.
Captain.
Mr. Spock, half Vulcan, half human, full killing machine. Bones, this doctor is the real McCoy. Uhura, sending out vibes on all frequencies. Sulu, deadly at the helm, even deadlier with a blade. Chekhov, one badass mother Russian. And Scotty, he'll give you all he's got.
I didn't say the Enterprise should be hauling garbage. It should be hauled away as garbage.
Set your phasers to thrill.
Keep your f***ing hands off me.
In this final frontier, their prime directive is to kill. Quentin Tarantino's Star Trek. Voyage to Vengeance.
You're out of your f***ing mind, Spock.
Coming soon. To it.
My name's Jimmy.
Get it on.
just putting out vibes on all frequencies, boy. What's going on? My name's Jimmy. It's Into the Microcosm. It's hour number 2. It's midnight on the West Coast, deep in the redwoods in the black velvet night. I'm sitting here with a bunch of guys that I appreciate very much, and one that's not really joined us too much, and I want to bring him on in here, introduce him to everybody. Two Feathers, come on in, brother. Welcome in, and we appreciate you stopping by, man. What's going on?
Oh, nothing too much, Jimmy. Appreciate you having me, my friend.
Oh man, it's good to have you. I've been hoping you'd give us a call some night, and I'm glad you finally did, man. So I appreciate you coming in, and we're just kind of talking about this, kind of white space reality we find ourselves in with the constant bombardment of, all this information, constant information. So, and it's almost to the point where. You can almost barely even tell you spend a lot of time in the house. I know, are you still driving, man? Do you get a chance to get out? I mean, you're essential, right?
Yeah, correct. That's correct.
Yeah, so you get a chance to drive around and be out and about in a little bit, so I'm sure that makes you feel good to feel that wind coming in the window, see some weather out there, different clouds and, stuff like that. Those things we always used to take for granted. I mean, you still get to have those, and I mean that's a little valuable thing that people are really missing right about now, to jump in their car, go on a road trip somewhere.
Sure enough. Yeah, we mostly drive. Sergeant Miller and I, we in Truckajero, we all travel at night, and it does make it a lot easier. When we start out, it's not too easy. You always bombarded with a lot of traffic. But as the night progresses on, you have a lot of, people going inside and getting off the roads, which helps us a lot. Going from point A to point B, point B to point C,
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you all what you guys think about I don't know if I think I might have heard you all call it a pandemic. I was just wanting to pick y'all brain about what do y'all think about, I heard some people speaking up on not Congress, but up in the Senate and the House, and they were speaking about, they quick to act on bailing out the bankers in Wall Street. But, the people that's on Main Street, that's, the workers of this country, are living in their cars, and they're sitting there, lollygagging around.
It's a disgrace, man.
Isn't it disgusting?
It's a disgrace. And, the thing about it is, though, it plays right into the whole ramping up of the Civil War and the angst against people. I mean, this dude, one vote kept that stimulus from going through. So the $1,200 measly dollars to the slaves a little bit before Christmas, and they sat there and this one cat held it up and said it was too much. He just decided it was too much. And I mean, these are the kind of things that, people aren't going to be taking this much longer. Lots of people's unemployment's running out on the 25th. And then those eviction things are going to come to pass where they've been holding it off. They've now reduced the amount of public that can go into the businesses by 25 or 30% now with the way they're setting this up. You can only have so many people in the store, this and that. I mean, small businesses can't survive that. Corporations are going to survive. Small businesses are going to be ousted, man. And people are just like you saying. I mean, I live here in Northern California, man. Let me tell you something. You don't get a bedroom up in here for less than $1,200 a month. And there's so many people that live under blue tarps on the freeways and shit. They got cars. They got jobs. They don't have a house because they can't afford it. The house is the thing they can't afford. They have to decide, do I want to live in a house or do I want to have my job and keep going to work, A lot of these campuses down here, you know, these big electronics campuses, because I've been on all of these, man. I'm telling you right now, inside of them, they're like, when you work there, you can go in these rooms that have all this food. You can just get whatever you want. It's a lot of snacks. You can get like whatever. I don't care what it is, they got it. And then the other thing is you can buy food really cheap. So you can take showers there. You can eat there. You can basically, there's cubby holes with couches and stuff. It's dark. You could sleep there. And so a lot of these dudes that work over in these companies that everybody talks about, you know, the grinders, the guys that are sitting there, man, they basically live there because they can't afford to live anybody else on the money they're making over there. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. Any of you guys jump in on this, man.
Yeah, well, San Francisco in particular, it's $4,000 a month to rent a place, pretty much, right? I mean, that's what it costs, $3,500, $4,000. So, and you make pretty good money working at Google. You make $80,000 a year. Let's say it's just as an admin, right? That's not enough. You're taking home, you know, $58,000, let's say. Well, that's, you know, less than $2,000 a month. So where's not $2,000, less than $4,000 a month. So where's your other money coming from? How are you getting the food? Well, you eat it at the company, do all that stuff, right? Or you live in your car.
Well,
there's not an option.
52,000 take home is $1,000 a week. So it'd be right. So it'd be 4,000 a month. It's not enough to live over there. Now I live over here in Santa Cruz. So you can't live in Santa Cruz and work in Santa Cruz. Because you can't afford to live here with the kind of money they pay here. You literally have to go over into the Silicon Valley to make money. Go ahead, Two Feathers.
No,
Sergeant Miller.
I think,
Sergeant Miller wants to come in.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Give him. Tell him to just send me a contact. Yeah, and I'll add him to the call. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, is it like this on the East Coast, Rio? Are these tent cities cropping up everywhere where people are just like living in these situations just so they can go and eat and, you know, survive?
No, I haven't seen anything like what you guys in California have around here. I mean, I guess it's possible that there are, you know, the New York homeless, they kind of hang out like they do, but nothing like the tent city concept where you see people on other people's property just, you know, camping out and living like that. I don't think that would fly here. You know, even though our politics are just screwed up as your politics, I don't think it wouldn't be tolerated. You know, people here would be, you know, get off my yard or I'm going to shoot you.
Yeah, well, they tried to get rid of them here, and there's no way to get rid of them. You know, the thing is there's nowhere for them to go. I mean, there's a bunch of where I live. I mean, listen, if you're going to be a bum, be a beach bum, okay? But, you know, because you got the beach there, you can always find a place to sleep. But, you know, anyway, you know, where I live up here, it's turning into a situation. I mean, you can't even really go to the you know, it's got a cool little downtown area, but for the most part, it's mobbed by a bunch of homeless people. I mean, you walk.
Well, you know, you also got to realize that where you are, you can pretty much live outdoors in a tent all year round, if you had to, even with a little campfire. But you know, today in New York, it was 23 degrees at noon. So you know, that's not really conducive to the pitch a tent in the backyard lifestyle, especially for most people who have no idea have no wilderness survival skills whatsoever.
Well, California is kind of like cable TV, man. You know, back in the day, cable TV, the whole reason you paid for it, you paid like $20 for it, was because there was no commercials on there. And you see these movies and stuff. And then it was like this whole movie theater at your house, no commercials. But then over time, you know, eventually you ended up paying for it and you got commercials. And it's the same thing in California. It's like it's the highest rent, the highest taxes, and I'm sitting here and my power's going out like I'm living in a third world country, man. It's got to be the most ridiculous thing in the world, you know. And hey, I'm invested, right? This is where I live. This is where my home is. You know, this is where my house is. This is, you know, where my stuff is. You know, this is where I live. So I mean, we're just on this. It's like we're all on this runaway train, Two Feathers. I mean, we're just sitting here, and who's driving the train? We can't get off.
Yeah, we have to look at it, and wonder. I mean, we're all patriots here, trying to hold this thing up, right? We all looking at it, from the inside because we're all part of it. Like if you look at a train, compartments, and then you got the caboose at the end. Well, when you're looking at, all the compartments, that's riders that's on the inside. So we're riding the train, but we want to know that sucker's going somewhere, right? Because I don't know about you all, but I'm looking for the new world to come. And when it comes to an individual that sits up in the Senate or the House in one vote away from helping the American people out, there ought to be some type of override that, let's just say if that was a thing in the House, a vote in the House that was holding up the votes, a senator should be able to come with his, because everything is a checks and balance. So a senator should have more of a power head because of the fact that, all the House does is vote on resolutions, right? And the Senate makes the laws and the rules, right? And goes back to the House to be debated on and then sent back to the Senate. So if it's done like that, then with all of that, bouncing back and forth, you figured that, well, this is the one House rep that's holding this thing up. Then you would have the chairman of the board of the Senate would override his ruling and say it's passed, because we have a dire straight situation with the people, American people, living in their cars. I mean, come on, man. We don't even know how many children are living in those cars.
Yeah, well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a lot worse than people think.
A lot of kids.
Yeah. I mean, especially so Epic lives over on the islands, man, and the thing is, there's lots of homeless people over on the islands too, isn't there? And is it growing over there now because of because I noticed that the hotel rooms in America, they've lost over $1 billion so far with rooms that aren't being rented. So I'm assuming that the hotel industry in Hawaii and on the islands is probably collapsing. Are all those people ending up out of work and on the streets, Epic, or what's going on, man?
Well, the good news for the hotel workers is they opened back up, and they're making it easier to get over here as far as you have to do the COVID tests and all that stuff to get here. So they're starting to open back up, but they did good with the unemployment insurance and stuff and that kind of thing for the people who are already working here. But the problem is that a lot of people were here, like on the Big Island, when the volcano went up before COVID even hit and got displaced by the lava flows. And they just had no place to go. They had no place to go. They thought they were just going to live off the land forever up there, and now there's no land to live on. It's all this moldering mass of ash, right? So, so those people are homeless. And then you have the people here, let's say on Maui, where I'm right now. I go back and forth between both islands, but and they all live by there's an old shop. It's not that old, a shopping center like Sears and all that stuff right there, and they have a tent city on Maui. Here's a tourist place, right outside like where the shopping mall is. It's ridiculous, man. It's absurd. But Hawaii is really generous about giving people food and medicine and that kind of thing. But they're not going to put a roof over your head, and that's the bottom line, So
yeah, the other thing is too, when you're on Hawaii, man, you can't leave. So the thing is, it costs money for you to get out of there. If you say, hey man, I got to get out, and you go past that point of no return where you're over there, you hardly got any money, you lost your job, and now you're stuck and you can't get out. There's nowhere to go, and all you can do is stay there on the island. Man, I hope it doesn't turn into Lord of the Flies over there, man.
I don't think it will, but it is sad, just like it is anywhere there's a homeless problem, that a lot of the people who are homeless are mentally handicapped, right? They're there because they got kicked out of the institutions back in the 80s. They're still wandering around. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, is that we need to treat our handicapped people, whether it be mental or physical, better. And like I said, when I said earlier that Hawaii's really generous about that kind of thing, they are. But you can't be wandering around Honolulu as a homeless person. So they make sure you're wandering around, someplace they're not going to see you. Here, they're not going to see you on the backside of Kahului because it's not a tourist area. So they're out there by the shopping mall in their tent city.
So it's either it's either our country or it isn't, right? So I mean, the whole reason that we and our ancestors all sat here and busted our butts and put in the buildings and built the buildings and the roads, and my grandmother was working on the cables for Western Electric that went across the ocean, man. So I mean, the thing is everybody's put in and everybody's invested lives. So it should be our country. It's when we donate our taxes to our government, it's not their money.
That's right.
It's our money. So listen, man, it's our money. So the thing is, if America's in a bad situation because the people that we put in a position of authority made decisions, if you're going to tell me that I can't leave my house, then the next thing coming out of your mouth should be, don't worry, your money will be there in 24 hours. Because we understand if we tell you can't work or go anywhere, that you're not going to be able to make any money. So the thing is, you want to put me in a situation that's a life-threatening situation to tell me that irrespective of whether or not I'm going to get killed by whatever it is, the bug, you're going to kill me one way or the other. You're going to kill my spirit at Christmas time. You're not going to allow people to, throw a little something under the tree for some people. You're going to tell us we can't even go visit our relatives. You don't go wave at grandma outside the windows. Go ahead.
Oh, I'd say right on. That's right on the numbers right there, Jimmy. This thing is real, man. After, I feel you on that. A lot of the people may be mentally handicapped, but, this is not, when it comes down to children, dude, I mean, I don't, know. I mean, I want to believe that everyone, when it comes to children, that they're willing to go to the furthest extent. And my thing is, everyone, there's a lot of people that, have problems with, no matter what a person does in this life, because we all know that people are living, we're going to school, getting a career or whatever we're doing, we're getting old and we're dying. But nobody's really figuring out the purpose of what this life is. But I know what this life is. I know the purpose of walking this earth. I know you said it a while ago, Jimmy, we're all connected. And that's the key. There's the key. I just gave you the key.
Well, listen.
You said it yourself.
I think that's a beautiful key, and the key is like this. We're moving into a future that's not going to require the same type of structure as we've had before. Why don't they just do a new 40 acres and a mule, man? I mean, if there's so much land in this country, there's so many homes that are empty. Nobody's, you know what I mean? There's so many ways. I mean, listen, if somebody thinks that they can do something on a piece of land, why don't you give them 40 acres and a mule, man? If you got a problem with them getting universal income, don't call it universal income. Give them a loan to help them get their thing going, man. Build their house, get their solar up, get their aquaponics going. Start, get their stuff online, utilize some of this technology that everybody hates, because it's going to happen. The horse is out of the barn, so, you might as well use it. So what does that mean? That means I can live anywhere. I could have high-speed internet in the middle of nowhere. Give me my 40 acres and a mule, man.
Well, here's another thought, too, Jimmy. That what they could do is, let's say these kids that's going to college, okay? Remember, and Epic and all the rest of us around the world, we know that these kids are getting out of college having to go to work for Starbucks coffee. Why not take these kids that have these degrees or whatever, certifications for doing bookkeeping And what's the other thing beside bookkeeping?
They ain't gonna
when
be two feathers. They're not gonna. That's the thing, is the big discussion, and that's the big disconnect between the generations, is that the future is moving in a direction that's not going to require a bunch of these people to do these things that they used to do, and so there's going to be this excess of people with nothing to do.
Yes, well, check this out. What they could do is, like, people like you and I with the vision of what to do, like, in other words, starting a business, we could use these people to businesses and keep track of all, so we stay on the up and up with the government, with our taxes. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
those type of things. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if we could come together in some kind of way to bring it all, bring our talents together, we could have these self-forming societies that just put together a bunch of people that want to get off the grid and get away from the cities, and try to work in a way that's more cohesive with the environment. We were naive, or in the past, or we let other people make decisions for us about what we were going to do. You go to some third world countries and you see nothing but these power lines, man, strung in all over the place, man. They're just going everywhere. And the bottom line is, most of that stuff should have been underground to begin with, but, for whatever reason, it's everywhere above us. And, so there's a lot of ways that we did stuff in the past that's not going to look, the same in the future. And we have the opportunity. This is a moment, there's, like they said, the conjunction that's happening with Jupiter and Saturn is making the Star of Bethlehem appear. It's the beginning of an age. There's a way we can move into the future together, but the problem is they got us at each other's throats over these other issues that really is nothing more than a TV show to make people feel a certain way and go in a certain direction. So listen, we're going up to the break here. My name's Jimmy. It's Into the Microcosm. Don't forget, we are fully listener supported over here at revolution.radio, freedomslips.com. We got 30 people or so over there in the chat. John, Blasphemous Buddha, Batsman, Rio, the Kraken, Valerie, Surrey, Sunflower, Mace 139, Fleisch, Greisk, Flippy, Stardust Man, Ben, Rudolph, Cheese and Coffee, Wall E, Sacramento Joe, Somebody, Comet, Popsicle Toes, Jackbot, Simply Red, 77, Not Much to It, Hummingbird, Mr. Rowe. We got a bunch of people. Hey, Bella, what's going on? What's going on, Zoe? What's going on, Aaron? Good to see you, Droney. All right, so... All right, we're good. So we're still live over here, Two Feathers on YouTube, but I'm going to be doing some business over here. Why don't you guys jump in? And if you want to see if you can get the sergeant to join up. Yeah, see if you want to have the sergeant join up, have him send me a contact thing real quick. We got about 3 minutes before the break.
I could pull it, man.
So Two Feathers, yeah. We'll let Jimmy take this break here. You were talking about you're a trucker, so you're on the road a lot at night. You were saying, and I find that interesting because I've driven a lot at night myself. I've traveled a lot across the country, driving long distances, and all over the world actually. And the thing that I notice about that is when you're in big empty spaces, when you're away from the cities, your thoughts meld and meet and think in ways you don't think when you're in town, when you're at home, when you're in places like that. And it's led to the success of things like Coast to Coast Radio, because it takes advantage of that fact that you're out there with your far-flung thoughts, right, while you're there. And so when you live a life like that, you get time to think about a lot of deep thoughts, really, actually. I don't know what else to describe it, And have you found that to be true? I mean, I did. I thought it did.
Oh, yeah. I'm actually a poet. I do poetry as well. And I've been on a ship. I've ran ships, cranes. I've ran offset printing machines. I've been next to printing machines that cost over $3 million. I printed myself literally on a $200,000 printing machine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
So
yeah. I've done a couple crane picks myself, And I've always been on the end, where whatever the item was at the end of the cable. But man, it's so amazing. People don't realize it's like a crane is like an elephant doing ballet, man. It is just like it is so intense, man. It's just like cable, boom up, cable down. We dropping these big electrical cabinets on these roofs. So hey, we got to cruise back. Are you with us, Sergeant?
Yes, I'm here. How y'all doing?
Well, we're doing good, man. And you're here with Rockin' Rio, the Epic Journeyman, and myself, and Two Feathers also. So we come back, just going to do a little music, and then we'll get right into some conversation, all right? So I'm going to add this.
All right, no problem.
All right, here we go. We're adding the station.
Studio A, for the Scorpio Conspiracy Show, where we discuss the hidden agendas that impact our lives and uncover the secret societies and the shadowy elite who construct the reality that we are supposed to believe. So be there Saturdays, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, here on Studio A on Revolution Radio, and learn what's really going down.
Lost a little honey on the lone highway. Left me for another on the lone highway. They killed dirty John McGee on the lone highway.
We're riding down the boulevard. We're riding through the dark night. We're half a tank and empty heart. Pretending we're in love, but it's never enough night. As the sirens fill the lonely air. Oh, how did we get here now, babe? We see a storm is closing in. Pretending we care. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
My name's Jimmy. It's the Commodores.
I may be just a foolish dreamer, but I don't care. 'Cause I know my happiness is waiting out there somewhere. I'm searching for that silver lining, horizons that I've never seen. Oh, I'd like to take just a moment and dream my dream. Oh, dream my dream.
It's Revolution Radio. I can't turn that off, man.
Whoa, whoa. I'd like to fly far away from here, where my mind, oh Lord, is fresh and clear, and I find the love that I long to see, where everybody can be what they wanna be.
All right, well, we got a full house of soulful individuals right now here on Revolution.radio, freedomslips.com. It's Into the Microcosm. We're in the last 20 some odd minutes, and I'd like to welcome the Sergeant to the table. Hey, Sergeant, welcome in, and we appreciate you coming on in, and thanks, Two Feathers, for inviting Sergeant on in. Come on in, bro.
Yeah. I was just I was just singing that Commodore song.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a classic, man. That's what brings us all together. That beautiful music, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we used to make beautiful music together. It was, round and soulful, and somehow we got the top chopped off, and we got the digital. We moved into the digital age of ones and zeros, yes or no, plus or minus. We're sitting here with the Epic Journeyman and also Rock and Rio, my co-hosts, and want to welcome you guys back in. Come on in, Epic Journeyman and Rock and Rio. Let's just go someplace, man. Let's go. I'm just a foolish dreamer, and let's dream on about the future. Because I mean, like we were saying a minute ago, is this our country or isn't it? And if it is, then how are people making decisions of whether or not we're gonna live or die, and whether we'll be free or we won't be free? These liberties are, guaranteed by the Constitution in the sense that they will be protected, but the Constitution and the government is not the one that gives us our rights. Those are natural rights. In other words, if a tiger jumps out of the bushes and tries to get me, it's my, God-given right to protect myself against the tiger, right? So because it's either me or the tiger, right? So I'm either gonna ride the tiger or I'm gonna get rid of the tiger, one or the other. And so I mean, there's no question about whether or not I have the ability to protect myself or my life, these types of things. But just so I don't have to walk around doing it all the time, we've given some of our authority over to some people to say that we live in this society that's going to be and act in a certain way. And but now we're put in a position where people in those positions of authority are so dirty and so filthy and so corrupt. It doesn't matter what side of the table they're sitting on. They all got their pockets stuffed full of Federal Reserve notes, and they're smoking fat cigars and sitting up in their quiet offices looking down at us, beating each other up over political issues that have nothing to do with the future of mankind whatsoever. Jump on in, Epic.
The senator today really got me pissed off because correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that Toomey that did that? And the thing
Johnson or something. I don't know what his name is.
Well, but whoever it was, I might have been wrong about Toomey, but Toomey I think was going to go that route. I heard earlier in the day, and the thing is that what they're doing is they want attention. They want to be a star for that moment. But why do they want to be a star for that moment? It's because it focuses all of our attention on them. Right? All of a sudden, everybody's attention's on them. They're holding up everything. We're all thinking about that guy, thinking that guy's name, thinking that we never would think about normally, right? And why is that? Because it gives them power. It gives them the ability to use that power of our intention for their purposes. It's a form of magic and sorcery, and that part I do believe is real. I mean, we've talked about that, whether it be an agreement reality or manifesting reality through quantum physics or all these quantum mechanic things, right, that may lead to that. And the focus of intention like that is what they're stealing. They're not just stealing our money, our livelihoods. They're stealing our attention, and that's what's so frustrating. Why this opinion fatigue is setting in is because I want to think about something different for a while. I don't want to turn on the TV. Maybe I shouldn't ever turn on TV anyway. I hardly ever do, or some form of media, and be bombarded by people I would never think about once in my life if it weren't out for the fact that it's being forced upon me. Right? And this guy just took that moment to seize his little bit of capital he can gain, his psychic capital, if you want to call it that, for that moment. Right? Yeah. So, F that dude, man. There's no polite way to say it, man. I'm pissed off at that guy.
I know.
Right?
I know. And see, that's the thing is like it's on my last nerve, man. You know what I mean? There has been no discussion about the issues at hand, the people that are losing their jobs, the people that are not essential, the people that are never going back to those cubicle jobs. And you got people sitting there ready to kill other people over them wanting to get some universal income. People think that universal income is bad until they're the ones that have to need some. You know what I mean? The thing is like, what if you're in a situation now in the future where hey, the reason we didn't pass, hey, we didn't pass the bill because, we really want to make sure everybody gets vaccinated. So, you know, you're not going to get your unemployment unless you get your vaccination. You're not going to get your food stamps unless you get your vaccination. You're not going to get your essentials unless you get your vaccinations. You're not going to get the universal income without the vaccinations. It won't matter what side of the table you're sitting on. It don't matter. That's the thing. That's the big thing. They have us all fighting against each other, when realistically what we should be doing is looking above us and saying it's not each other that we should be looking at. It's not a race war. It's a class war. The middle class is being edged out, and they're being pushed down into a domain that has been mostly traveled by people that didn't make a lot of money. My family was Irish, and Polish, and we came here, when we came here and this and that, and they lived how they lived, but no one was ever rich, no one ever had a lot of money, so everybody's always been working people, for the most part. So, the bottom line is most of us are just working people, just want to live our lives, unencumbered, and just have, what we were promised. We were promised if we worked hard and did what we were supposed to do, then we'd have what we were supposed to have, We've all worked hard. We've all done what we were supposed to do as much as we could, and now we're in a situation where somebody's literally controlling our future. Living in a world where, we're eyes without a face, Eyes without a face, what is it now? You got my mask on, now you want me to pull down my pants and bend over so you can stick me with something? It's literally out of control. Rio, are you there, Rio? I think I see you still. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, come on in. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's just the whole situation is really getting out of hand, and what it comes down to is that these people have a little bit of authority and they have a little bit of public view, and they all want to seize as much of the control and as much of the power as they can. They want to make you do what they want, whether you like it or not. And you see that whole situation with the masks and whatever. There's a lot of people rebelling against it because it's not right. It's not fair. Who are these people sitting over there to tell us how we have to behave with each other or interact? Like, if you and I are sitting in a room together and we choose not to mask up to each other, that's our choice, and some guy sitting in an office somewhere saying, hey, you have to do this whether you like it or not, it's ridiculous. It really is.
Well, I'll tell you what's really scary it should be scary for a lot of older people or people that are getting older, is that a lot of these jobs that are going to be there, these decision makers, are going to be held by people from the millennial generation. They're not really going to be making arbitrary decisions about the future of your life because they're going to be in positions of power. And, so I don't know if Two Feathers, Sarge, you want to jump in? Come on in, what you think about that? So these millennials that everybody's so up in a roar about, that they don't like their attitudes and their mentalities, don't realize that in the very near-term future, those very same millennials will be in a position of authority over potential health care or longevity of our lives. Because, life is becoming less and less valuable, wouldn't you say? The way they talk about it, oh, yeah, so many people died today, blah, blah, blah. It's like no big deal. Oh, yeah, it's just only 250,000. Well, a million people die of diarrhea every year. So, 250,000, well, that's not that much or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter unless you're the one or you're associated with some of those people that died. But anyways, what do you guys think about that, Two Feathers and Sarge?
Go ahead, Sarge.
Well, all right. Well, I just want to say, look at it like a bird's eye view. Let's go down in history. George Washington had a bad case of measles. How did he overcome that with his soldiers? Well, they rubbed it on the people that didn't have the measles, and ended up building the immune system up, and ended up fighting that off. You have the Trail of Tears, where the army gave a lot of Indians that was traveling on that road, the blankets with the smallpox. You have the Tuskegee Airmen with the syphilis experiments, um, and not telling them. You have these things that happen in history, and you fast forward it to now, you have a short-term memory. They have a motto that says, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. So that's really what we're doing right now, with this virus. We're just repeating history, and we haven't learned from history.
Yeah, and there's so much information that we can't even remember what happened last week, let alone what happened in history. We're so spun around and turned around upside down. You know what? I'm gonna throw this on right here. This is for you and Two Feathers specifically, man. Check this out.
My life in the sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine.
Roy Ayers. Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, man. No, we were talking on the break, and I wanted to bring this back up because you guys drive a lot, and I've done a lot of road work myself, and I know, Rio, you've been all over the place road work, and same with you, Epic. There's a certain sort of hypnotic thing that happens when you're driving at night. I typically like to drive at night whenever I'm going anywhere. I leave when it gets dark, and I drive until it gets light, and I don't stop, and I won't stop. But I always do my best thinking at night, and there's this sense of just sort of, there's like this other world just outside your perception when you're driving, don't you think?
Yeah, well, it's the moon. The moon is connected to the woman and her menstrual cycle. Also, water is connected to the tides. Also, plants grow at night also with the help of the moon, and not just the sun. So we're affected by the moon. It once man conquered darkness back in ancient times, that was the biggest problem. Light, fire. So once man conquered darkness, then he learned to enjoy the calmness, learned to enjoy the peace of it. So that's my outlook on it. And I love driving at night. Less traffic, of course, but also it's just a getaway, get away from all the chaos. And as long as I'm focused and staying in my lane, everything else will work out. Over.
Yeah, man. I mean, I live in California, so I've been all over the state doing work, and wireless stuff, and so there's a lot of traveling. You're always working at night because it's overnight. So when you do most of your work, when people are sleeping, nobody's using their phones. But since I live in a tourist area where people come here because it's a nice spot, and since this has been going on, there hasn't been any people really. And I haven't had a chance. I haven't had a chance to drive. But Epic, you want to jump in, or Two Feathers, or Rio? You guys want to jump in on this driving? Because it's really. To me, I love driving long distances at night, man, in the desert. You know, up here, I mean, I've driven. You know, I drive through Utah, I drive all through Arizona, Nevada, all the way up into Colorado because I used to go back and forth to Colorado quite a bit. So I've done quite a bit in the Southwest. What about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I always preferred, especially doing the long road trips, driving at night. You know, you can go a little faster, you have a lot less traffic to worry about, but, you know, the guys in the van are all sleeping, and, you know, you think a lot clearer. You have, you know, it's almost like you have time to yourself to focus and get yourself together, you know, while you're cruising down the highway. It's I don't know. I always preferred the night travel myself when we were doing our thing. I mean, it wasn't always possible, but it was definitely the way to roll when we were doing it.
Yeah, and then you go to some hotel, you know, you're in some town that you don't know, and, you know, you start to notice these things. You know, you'll notice something that's like when you see this one kind of restaurant, you know that not too far away there's going to be a store of some kind, you know, or you see these malls that are all over the place that are kind of the same, you know. If you see a Applebee's or whatever, you know there's going to be a Denny's somewhere close by, or whatever, you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. But you know, I mean, you know, I used to listen to a lot of Art Bell, you know, because the show was on for so long, and I'd be driving and I'd listen to it, and by the time that show was over, you know, I'd gone hundreds and hundreds of miles, you know. What about you know what I mean? You remember the old Art Bell? I mean, George Norrie is not the same, man, but I mean, it's still, you get to where you're going and it distracts your attention. But good. Epic, I know you were over in Iraq. Were you driving trucks over there, man?
No, actually, originally I was with had electrical crews, but then I got put in operations. And when I got put in operations, I did all the contracts, and I picked up all the people coming in and going out. And so I had to go on convoys all the time. So I was on convoys all the time, like all the time, the second half of the time I was there. And yeah, it's the most dangerous thing you can do in Iraq. I mean, if you stay on the base, most of the time you're safe. And we did have an RPG attack and a couple rocket attacks while I was there. But, I mean, generally speaking, it's like the old adage from Apocalypse Now, right? Stay on the boat. Stay on the camp, yeah. Right? Yeah, that's how it is there.
That's
man.
That's real cool, because I was in convoys 09 and 10 out there in VBC.
Yeah, you know where D1 is? D1, it changed name all the time. It was Camp Provider and Camp. It was all kinds of different camps, right? Jailhouse.
Hammer. Remember Hammer? Let's see, Shields.
What's the sky look like out there? I mean, how dark is it, and how many stars do you see when you're sitting out there riding through the desert out there?
Most of mine were days, you guys, yeah.
Well, what you were in, Epic?
Yeah.
You said D1?
Yeah, D1. I was East Baghdad, Ministry of Information, jailhouse, Uday and Kusei's place back in the Olympic Training Facility. Right across from Martyrs Monument. Martyrs Monument's right there, Solder City.
Okay. So you know about Cross Sabers, the Green Zone?
Yeah. That's right. So Cross Sabers are right across the highway from where I was.
All right.
The Green Zone's like 30 miles away, 20 some odd miles away, yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to pinpoint exactly, you know, because I got a photographic memory, so I'm thinking about choke points and all that. I'm just catching a flashback.
So, Epic, what was the sky like there? Was it dark black with stars everywhere? Because
you know what? Even out there, it's still, you know, Baghdad's a big city, and Solder City has 1 million people in it. But it was without electricity a lot of the time while I was there. And anytime without electricity out in the desert like that, the stars are big and bright. And it got me thinking about what you were talking about, how the thoughts transcend your normal thought train in a long drive. It made me think of the old wood cutting. You're going to know exactly the one I'm talking about from back in the 15th century, 16th century, where it's the alchemical man, right? Where the guy is coming out, is crossing from the sun to the stars and moon and crossing out the plane, and it's like crawling out and sees beyond it. Manly Pahal used that a lot in some of his stuff. So it's exactly that. You think about that, and I always thought about that, like Art Bell and those people that, George Norrie and people who followed him. They kind of use that highway hypnosis to get people into that state of mind where they might see that and think that way. I thought, I don't know if it's true. It's just one of those things that always enamored me to it.
Yeah, man. I just, I just love being out there in the flats, and you know how I can always tell when there's something going on is when all of a sudden I'm driving in the desert and all of a sudden the roads get real nice. That's how I know there's some sort of military function going on in the desert somewhere close by. Because the roads change from being all beat to hell to just being all smooth and nice. And, you know what I mean? It's just funny. It's like, when you're going between Nevada and Utah, there's this place called Wendover. And let me tell you something. It's the last place you can gamble before you head out. They call it, the name of the town's Wendover, and I'm going to tell you right now, it rhymes with bend over because you're not going to win nothing in that town. Let me tell you, but the roads around there are real nice for some reason, and that's right, going into the salt flats. So I always wonder what kind of military operations they got out there. Hey, listen, stick around. Jer Bear's coming up with Late Night with Jer Bear. My name's Jimmy. It's Into the Microcosm. We're here every Friday night, 11 Pacific. We're also at Into the Microcosm with Jimmy Jean Strike Zone on YouTube. And we are going to close out the show over there because I see Zach Wild has entered the green room. Rockin' Rio, Epic Journeyman, Two Feathers, Sergeant. Stick around here after we get going. Please come on down and become a patron, everybody. We need to have your support in order to continue on with the last bastion of free speech. Pretty soon, there's all kinds of words you can't say on YouTube. I can say any words I want to say because I'm not monetized, so I say whatever I want, but the most trouble I get in is I play music, and they hate it. They can't stand it, but I do it anyways, and that's why, our channel continually gets struck out. It's not because of what we're saying. They don't have a problem with that. So I see Zach Wild. I see Jer Bear in the green room. He's getting ready. I see smoke coming out. It looks like he's I don't know what's going on over there in the chat room. It looks like there's 30 folk over there. Jump on in. Become a patron. Go to the Zazzle store. If you hate it all, go down and send Lady Horse something down there in the mail. Zach Wild, thanks, man. I'll see you Monday. Everybody else, try to keep your heads.
Good night, everybody.
Aloha.
Later on.
You say that you're damned. You say that your life isn't fair. What's right and what's wrong? You got your needs and you just don't care.
All right. There we go. We're clear. All right, cool. Hey, you guys want to jump in here real quick? Let me just bust out here and grab a cup of coffee, eh? I didn't
All
get.
right.
Yeah. So just hang out here. We got a bunch of people over here in the chat room too. Say hi to everybody in the chat room, you guys. Rio and Epic, and thanks for sticking around, Sergeant and Two Feathers. Appreciate it, man. I'm glad you guys joined the conversation. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I enjoy the show. I really do.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Hey, let me go.
The music is what connects us.
Yeah, man. Let me go grab a coffee. You guys hang out, and let's just talk about whatever, man. We can continue on with what we were talking about.
Yeah,
we'll do the post show.
so Epic. That's you, Epic?
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So you were in Iraq in 2009. I was there in 2003, 2004. I got there right at the start.
Okay. So yeah, that's when I want to say the rain. No, not the Rangers. Was it the Rangers that was there first?
Oh, I was there. I got there in
Engineers.
December. Yeah, so they caught Saddam while I was on my way over there in the spider hole, and then I ended up in D1, and they just basically established a skirmish line there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So they had the 50 cal and the barbed wire and stuff, and all that stuff. But hey, we need to do a show when Jimmy gets back with the coffee sometime. Not a show like now. We'll save it for a real show, but about the dogs, man. I'm sure it was the same when you were there. They had these dogs that were a hybrid of regular wild dogs and hyenas, right?
Yeah.
And so back in the day, back in the day, Saddam and his army would go out and they'd shoot the dogs if the dogs were wild, because they wouldn't let them multiply, right? But they were a nuisance for them, and also in Islam, like calling somebody a dog or being associated with dogs like a bad thing, right? So that was part of it as well. But so because these dogs ran wild, there was this whole story, and I'll tell it while we're waiting for Jimmy to get back, because it's a kind of cool story. When they established D1 and they set up the skirmish line there, they and I just got there right after, so I missed the battle, but I got to hear about it. So the battle wasn't against the troops. The battle, they took out the troops pretty quick and established the skirmish line. They got the camp and all that stuff. So there was a tea cafe that was there, and that ended up being kind of a barracks room along with the other buildings that were in this little area. And they ended up putting plywood up to keep out the bad guys as a warning, but also because what was happening was these dogs would come in at night, and these dogs would try to dig in and assault the people. Man, they had to shoot the dogs. It was like this old 1950s or 60s movie called Attack of the Killer Shrews. It's this terrible like B movie, but it's really what it was. These dogs would come in there and they would attack people. And they had to like do these firefights shooting dogs. And so I got there. Where does that happen? Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. They got like a big neck on the top of their neck, like a hump almost.
Yeah, they're badasses, man. They're not like your average dog, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're very ruthless. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so they literally they showed me like some of they still had the plywood there that they put up at night to keep them out, where they were trying to bite through the wood. I mean, it's like I'm surprised nobody's made like a movie or something or written stories about this, because it's a true fact. I mean, this has really happened. This is it's a real thing. And it's always shocked me. And those things in a matter of a couple minutes were tearing up, half-inch plywood, not half-inch, like not quite. Well, yeah, half-inch plywood, right? Yeah, not 3/4, but half-inch plywood. They'd go right through it, and they had to shoot the dogs.
Yeah, but they knew they had food in there.
Right. That's what it was. They were trying to get the food. Yeah. Well, because that's where they were camped out in the kitchen. It was a old tea cafe originally. And so it still had some stores. They had their food stored in there, so they're coming for the food. Obviously, you felt bad for the dogs in a certain amount there, but the fact that it wasn't the enemy forces that gave them the most shudders and fears. It was these dogs coming through the skirmish line. Yeah, in the middle of the night.
But that was some of the best tea I've ever tasted.
Oh, it's badass tea, right? It's like the best tea ever. It's the most awesome tea you're ever going to have in your life. If somebody from Iraq ever offers you a tea from Iraq, from Baghdad, or if you ever happen to visit Baghdad, by all means, enjoy the tea. The tea is really, really good. It's not like any tea.
Tell you what, I had some good cannabis from Afghanistan.
And I didn't make it to Afghanistan, so I don't know. I bet it is. I think Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Afghanistan, or it might have been Mongolia that invented tea. I mean, China gets the credit, but it was really it was either Mongolia or Afghanistan where tea originally was cultivated and started, as I recall.
That's one of the oldest trades, like next to sugar.
Yes.
Yeah. But it was more like when we were there, we would have meetings with a lot of locals, because they would come on BBC and set up, like for little jobs, little pawn shops, the little haji shops.
Right. Yes.
So the tea was like, just like in Chinese culture, it was a time to talk and, just feel everybody out, test the temperature. So tea was like a breaker, like a deal breaker,
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. No, a tea cafe in Baghdad is the Masonic lodge of not without the esoteric meaning of that area of the world, because that's where everything happens. Everybody discusses all the plans there. Everybody meets up and does their things there. They plan the future there, right?
Check this out.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say check this out.
يا عمي يا بتاع الحشيش انا عايز حشيشة طرية استنى يا بريل ده الواجب ده عليا الحشيشة اللي في جيبه غير الحشيشة اللي في ايديا دي الحشيشة اللي بجيبه غير الحشيشة اللي في ايديا ونستبح انا وانت ونولع الدنيا ونشرب الصفة حلوة ونسميها كايروفورنيا.
You're looking at the last of a dying breed. Weed it up, please speed it up. Sitting in the Cali sun, beat it up. Indoor,
Cypress Hill, huh?
rocket style, Don cheetled up.
Yeah. That's a kick-ass song, man. But
yeah. So Jimmy, you do music? You record?
yeah, I'm a bass player, but I mean I play pretty much all instruments. I'm just, the best on the bass, and I sing. And then Epic's a guitar player, and then Rio is a guitar player, and also he's a sound engineer. And I know Sergeant, you're also a sound engineer also, aren't you?
Yes. I have a home studio. I deal with Pro Tools, Fruity Loops, Reasons. I'm getting into video editing, and then after that, I'm gonna get into beat making.
Yeah.
I got my Reason disc still.
Yeah. So that's the connection, the frequency.
Yeah, a lot of people have been doing. Rio and I a couple years. Well, it's like 3-4 years ago. Rio, I don't remember how many years ago it was. Now it's like 3 years ago, I think. We were trying to do something before there was Zoom. We were trying to do live music. Where each be playing at a different spot. And so we couldn't really get it together. But now they got Zoom, and so Zoom is pretty good as far as people being able to play together. From different places. So you see a lot of people right now are doing these online jam sessions where, I'm in Northern California and Rio's in Texas, and you guys are where are you guys, in Louisiana?
In Louisiana.
Yeah, so yeah. So I mean, at some point, hopefully we'll be able to do something and, get it together. I got Zoom, and but I did recently I was on a dude's show, and they recorded it, and it was on Zoom, and there was some noise. So I had to redo the show, which sucks because because it's never the same. You don't know what you're going to talk about, and that first show was better, but we had to trash it. And because there was some noise, so there's some learning curve on Skype as far as the sound goes. But Rio, so what do you think? Is it possible now through Zoom to do the live band type situation?
I don't really know. I have not actually ever tried Zoom, but I know people use it to do that. But I'm not sure how they've got the delays set up so that I think everybody is on this. They try to balance the delay so everybody's at least on the same time, and then they compensate for it at on the master output as it was. So I guess it's possible. I mean, it seems to work for other people, but I haven't actually gotten involved with it myself. I still like to do all my recording the old-fashioned way with a soundboard and
yeah. But I mean, now, especially with this whole thing where we're all hung up and we're all stuck in the house, if there's a way that we could jam and and I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's I know it's possible, so there's not any question about that. Well, I'll just say this. What about this, man? Remember this?
Thank you. We love y'all too. We believe
Children.
Praise the teachers that brings you left to midnight. Your devotion opens all life's treasures, yeah. And
Uh-oh. Yeah. Jimmy got some soul.
Oh yeah.
Man, that was high school for me, man. House, that
Oh,
was,
you jamming now?
yeah, that was high.
Oh yeah.
That was high school.
Yeah.
You know it was badass, man. Was all those horn bands that came out. Remember like Confunction?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But I was
Electric lady.
I was a DJ at my uncle's club for almost 10 years.
Wow.
And you know, this is that happy hour type music. You know, people just getting off of work, don't want to be in traffic. Yeah,
Yeah,
So
man.
this all brings back memories. You know, Gap
Oh.
Band,
Yeah.
all that. You know.
Out to fire.
I know Maurice White, man. Man, you know that was a band you want to see back in the day. I'll tell you that right
Yeah.
there. You know what I mean?
Who's that?
Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know there was.
Oh, yeah.
You know you hear a lot of people talking about rock bands and all this and that, but like if you look at the symbolism behind Earth, Wind, and Fire, they were all. It was all Egyptian pyramids. You know, the Eye of Horus, all that stuff, man. It's interesting too because it's not like you think of these other bands too, like for example, like when you look at Parliament, Dr. Funkenstein. I mean, they were talking about cloning and you know, we're the
mothership.
Exactly. You know, we came back. We come back when the time was when the vibe was right. I forget what he says exactly. It's pretty good. Hang on a second. I'm trying to get this song here.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let's see if I can get this shit. Oh, it's another one too. Is brass construction. Remember that?
Like when he busts out. Looking back, we touched on sovereignty.
As when music had a message.
Oh boy, did it, boy! Look at it. There are a lot of women having babies.
Remember this one right here? Check this out. Check this out, man. He's gonna blow you away.
Well,
it's gonna blow you away, man. It's gonna.
track. Listen. Listen. I'm working 40 hours, 6 long days, and I'm highly embarrassed every time I get my pay.
Tell him,
and
tell
they're
him.
working everybody. Lord, they're working poor folks to death. And when you pay your rent and your car note, you ain't got a damn thing left. Ain't that a bitch? Yes, it is. Somebody doing something slick.
Slick.
Yeah, they are. It's got me wondering which is which. Might as well go uptown and dig a ditch. Ain't that a bitch? Thinking about the first time I saw you, baby.
Oh yeah.
We fell in love so fast.
Oh shit! What happened? Hold on.
Love so fast. Anyone could tell this kind of love has gotta last. Ta-ta you, baby. Thank you. I wanna ta-ta you, baby. Thank
Take it on back. You
I used to be washing dishes in the back of this Indian restaurant where people ate with their hands. I'll be listening to 107.7. I'll be waiting all night long for this song to come on, man.
you are my life. I have to go. Have me any way you want to. Just take care and love me till my tears is gone. 'Cause you are my starship. Come take me out tonight and don't be late.
Here's some Louisiana shit for you right here, man. DC.
Got to be real.
My magic potion for love, telling him I'm sincere and that there's nothing too good for us.
Man, that ain't never gonna happen again.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I mean, we're so lucky. We're so lucky that we got a chance to experience that in real life, man, and go to clubs and you know have
Right on,
fun. You know what I mean? And just go out
Right
and have.
on.
You know what I mean? Just be free. You know, people think about people born after the year 2000 really don't really even know what it's like to be free, man. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I've seen one of the best one of the best concerts I've seen live was Sade.
Oh yeah.
Sade at the Pavilion in Houston. 14-hour concert.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm talking about, man. If you didn't have tears coming out your eyes, you would. Oh man. And Maze, Frankie Beverly and Maze.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Rio, so what's some of the people you've worked with, just to give these guys an idea, because they don't really know you that well, because you've only been on the show a few times. But so Rio's been out on tour with a bunch of people, you know, and he's been in the business for a while. Hey, what's going on, Meow? It's good to see you. Go ahead, Rio.
You know, I've worked specifically mostly in the blues, so you know, I've met and hung out with a lot of the legends of the blues.
BB King.
Yeah, BB, Buddy. We hung out in Italy one time with Detroit Junior from Muddy Waters band.
Wow.
You know, so Willie Big Eye Smith. You know, I knew him too.
You never ran across Aaron Neville,
No,
huh?
I don't think so.
I saw the Neville brothers at they played at the club that I worked at about 3 or 4 times, and also they used to I forget which one it was that used to come and play with Jerry Garcia all the time. It was
Probably
one.
was Aaron.
Yeah, so I'd see him too by himself, you know. But I've seen a bunch of them because the club I worked out here in the Bay Area, it's about a 1,500 seater, and you know, so it wasn't it was national acts, you know, it was everybody that you could ever name and imagine in the music business came through there, but it wasn't like giant people. It was people that used to be giant that were now down in another level, and people on their way up. But it was the best of all worlds. I mean, every kind of music. There was country, there was western, you know, there was soul, there was, you know, Jerry Garcia, there was metal, every single thing, you know. There's not a band that, you know, was traveling through there in the 10 years that I worked there that I didn't see. So I saw 3 bands a night for 10 years working there. And putting on those shows, and you know, I started out working security, and then I started working behind the bar, and then I got a chance to run the kitchen, and then I was basically cooking all the food for all the bands that came through there, and you know, for their meals and all that stuff. So I met everybody that came through there, you know, on a personal level, for the most part, and I was part of the family. So, you know, I pretty much had the run of the place. You know, when it was a big show, I'd always work the backstage rope, or something like that, where I would be someplace important. And so I was, had a good time. And plus, I was a musician, and we were trying to make it, and so we were always meeting people and always on the move and always trying to do something. So, and I was pretty much in my prime back then. So, but I was young and dumb and full of something that rhymes with that for the most part. So I didn't, I wasn't, you could only imagine it being that, starting out. I started out there working when I was 18. And I ended up stopping when I was like 27, and so you could only imagine like what that's like on a nightly basis, especially before I got clean and sober, because I was doing nothing but drugs all night long, every night. Whatever money I made went to getting high that night and hanging out, basically doing my thing. So, but eventually I got clean and sober. So there really wasn't any aspect of the club business or promoting that I didn't learn or do while I worked there. And we had 3 clubs. So we had a club in San Francisco, a club in Palo Alto, and a club in Berkeley. And so the San Francisco club is basically right on Broadway, down the street from all the strip clubs, right across the street from this place called the Mabuhay Gardens, which was a really influential punk club. That type of, early punk music before the new wave stuff, like Dead Kennedys, all that kind of shit. That was basically across the street. So I saw Metallica's first show at our club in San Francisco. I saw a lot of really influential people. There was people that I saw that I didn't even care about or respect. But later on in the years that went by, I didn't know how great of musicians they actually were that night. It was just some dude, some guy I never heard of, right? But the place was packed, but I never heard of the guy because I was into metal or whatever. I wasn't even paying attention to it, and then years later, I was like, Jesus, I was standing 15 feet in front of this guy while he was playing, and I never knew he was the greatest guitar player that ever lived or whatever. I mean, literally, I'm not even kidding about that. Plus, we never took pictures either, It was night after night after night. We were just living our lives. We weren't sitting there going, hey, look, I'm standing next to this guy. We were just, going through it, When it was all over, one day it was over, man.
Besides Eddie Van Halen and Slash, huh?
Well, no Eddie Van Halen or Slash, but definitely Motley Crue. I played a show with Motley Crue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so Slash and them, they were already too big to be playing where I worked. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, there were so many shows, and that was at the highlight of the Bay Area music scene. There was a magazine called BAM Magazine, Bay Area Musicians, and this is when all the big bands were coming out of here. Like, there was a big pop thing that was happening with like Huey Lewis and the News and all these, those bands like that were just, at the time, they were huge. I Want a New Drug and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, my time was a little later than that. So I was, hanging around in the, I guess, like early to mid 90s with sound guys and stuff. So I was, it was all the big 80s bands who were, that used to play the stadiums that were now playing the larger clubs that I got to hang out with, through my connections. People like I used to hang around. Well, no, it was more the rock scene, like Joan Jett or Don Dokken or people like that.
Quite right.
Yeah, actually.
Brent was roadie.
Hung backstage with Kevin Dubrow for a while. Yeah.
I played a show with Quiet Riot and Salinas at the Sherwood Hall. There was thousands of people there, man.
David, you said it real. He has the best quote of all time on VH1. He says, "Yeah, man, the girls they still come, the groupies they still come, but they're the same girls from the '80s."
Yeah.
Def Leppard was rolling back then too.
Yeah, man. They were young.
Yeah, it was like all the rock bands that were real big in the 80s, and they were the ones playing the arenas and the stadiums. Like by the mid 90s, they were still playing the 1,000-seat clubs and stuff, but they were a lot more accessible at that point. And because I used to know people at the clubs and people at radio stations and, doing the sound work and stuff. I was backstage with so many bands, it's hard to even like list them all. I mean,
Have
I hung
any
out
of you
with
guys?
Blue Oyster Cult to David Lee Roth to, all over the place.
Any of you guys up north, have y'all heard of a group called Zebra? They're from New Orleans. Actually,
I know
I
Zebra.
have
Yeah.
heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I partied with those dudes. They played at our club when they had that song out, "Tell Me What You Want," when that was out.
Oh yeah, that was their hit. Yeah.
Yeah, they were a great band, man. They were a 3-piece. They were excellent. Two Feathers.
Yeah, I went and saw them in our culture center, in my area, by my house. Like, I live right across the highway from the culture center, and I saw them, man. I wound up mixing some alcohol, threw up in this chick's bed. Man, that was funny as hell. Oh shit, man. But man, yeah, I have a friend that lived across the street from my grandmother's house, and he goes, man, he pulls me in the house, and he goes, man, come listen to this band. I just bought the album. They're from Chalmette. Well, that's where we stayed at, pre-Katrina. And this was years ago, though, right? And he goes, man, come check this group out, man. I got this album I want you to listen to. And that song Epic was just saying, "Tell me what you want." And who's behind the door? You heard that one?
That's a good one too. This right here.
Yeah.
This right here. Check it.
I am losing my mind. My head's on the floor. Forevermore, I have given you all that I have. With the slam of the door, you've driven me mad. Now I'm saying, tell me what you want. Tell me what you want.
Yeah.
We rocked the barracks and the submarine barracks with that, actually, back in the 80s. It's the 80s, right?
I'll tell you what, there was this really super good looking chick named Tony that worked at this place called Joe's You Save Liquors. And we invited her down to the club to see Zebra, and Zebra totally dug Tony. And that's how we ended up partying with these guys, man. She was a good looking chick, too. I always wonder what happened to her. She was definitely a witch, literally. And I always wonder what happened.
Don't doubt that for a second. The music, the guitar player is very reminiscent of the guy from Triumph, actually. Like the same 3-piece band, right? Same kind of deal. What happened to those guys, man? We all know about Rush. Nobody talks about Zebra and Triumph,
Something happened with this dude. I think there was like something with they were on the road. You might know about this, Rio. Was there something where they were on the road, they were doing shows, and somebody disappeared with all the money from one of the shows? It was like, I think it was like a couple $100,000 or something. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. It was something like that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but that's, believe it or not, that's happened to more than one band where somebody just ran off with the cash flow. I mean, we actually had it happen to us at one point when we were on tour. So, just
Why would
one
you
day.
do that to your friends?
Working in the music business is kind of like a two-edged sword. I mean, you have tons of fun. You get to meet tons of cool people and hang out and but behind the scenes, there's so many. I guess the best way to say is just a bunch of dirty scumbags that run in that industry too, and they will take advantage of you and rip you off and bend you over at every opportunity, because that's just the kind of people they are. So, there's a lot of great people and there's a lot of really sucky people.
Yeah, too bad they couldn't find history on the ones that actually jetted with the money or trying to rip. Because man, think about it. If you're a megastar like that, you're getting chicks, you're getting money, you're drinking, whatever you pretty much want, right? So I mean, there's no need for it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, man, you got to get your head. Because I watched the story on the guy from Motley Crue when he was young. How he hooked up, I think, with the singer or whatever when he was young. I don't know if y'all saw the little story that they told on cable or something you could watch, like some extra
Yeah,
Netflix or
yeah,
something.
the VH1 one. It's a VH1. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so it's cool to watch those kind of things, right? So yeah, you're saying how the meetup story, right? How they met.
Documentary, yeah, the
Yeah.
documentary.
I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
man. I'll tell you what. One of the best bands I saw in the '80s was this one right here. And before they came out, the whole place was packed, wall to wall, and it's all dark, and the blue lights are barely on, and everybody's just waiting. They're about to come out, and and at the time there was this wine out there, and the commercial for the wine was like Aldo, like that, and the guy would come out with this wine, and right before these guys came out, people were yelling Aldo, Aldo, Aldo. These guys were badass, man.
Aldo Novo.
Two good songs in the album. Yep. I have the same Les Paul.
This is where Aldo's coming in on the helicopter. Seriously though, these guys were a really, really good band live. I'm not gonna play it. You guys want me to play it? I will.
Oh, you gotta get to the intro. Yeah, I mean the first rip.
Maybe they hit it right on the head when they said life is just a fantasy, right? We all talk about being in the Matrix now.
I know. They were ahead of their time.
That's a good point.
They were ahead of their time.
Yeah, it's the message. The message in the music.
I think that going back to what Sergeant Miller was saying, he saw that chick Sade in concert. I saw her twice in New Orleans, in the New Orleans Superdome, and I went and saw Kenny G there as well. The clarinetist, the one that freaking held the longest note for, I think he holds the world record. But Sade, man, I think she had like a strong, her music, it has strong messages. And from what I gather from this brother over in the area, the Lafayette area, where around not far from Sergeant Miller and I, he told me at this little outlet called Big Lots. It's like a mixture of furniture and stuff like that, and groceries and stuff.
Yeah.
And I go up in there, and we started talking about Sade. And because I think I might have been playing it at the time I drove up to get a mattress that I was picking up. And he tells me that Sade is not allowed in the United States anymore. And because of her strong message, that you see that they don't want that positive type of message out in the airways, which I think they're crap out of luck because now we have this thing called Revolution Radio. You know, and all of you guys at the station, you know, with your YouTubes and everything else, that's giving people, you know, the message that needs to be put out there, whether they try to restrict it or not. You know, this, like you said, Jimmy, this is the U.S., you know, where we're going to be free one way or the other. It's the people that's trying to restrict the freedom whom we need to kick out of the country, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Over.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. Have you ever heard of India Irie?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
She opened up for her.
Let's take a listen to her. All right, listen, I'm going to try to let this play, okay? But if I start getting jammed up on YouTube, I'm going to have to cut it short. But I'll let it play. As long as I don't get any issues, I'm going to let it play.
The time is right. I'm gonna pack my bags and take that journey down the road. 'Cause over the mountain I see the bright sun shining, and I want to live inside the glow. I wanna go to a place where I hear nothing and everything that exists between Harry and nowhere. I wanna go to a place where time has no consequence and oh yeah, the sky opens to my prayer. I wanna go to beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I wanna go to beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I wanna go to beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I wanna go to beautiful, beautiful.
They got me. Yeah.
Oh, oh yeah. You look. Let me tell you something, bro. The two favorite albums of mine by her, Stronger Than Pride and Diamond Life. If y'all, I tell you what, the people listening to you on YouTube, y'all want to check that out by Sade. Man, you gonna feel me in that song.
I'm telling you. When I was at that concert, I'm telling you, man, you couldn't help but have tears.
Oh man, you
coming
feel
out
me in both of them albums.
Oh man.
I know. It's just, I mean, not, and you know what? I like we were saying earlier. That's a moment in time that's passed. You know that we're, you know, it's never gonna happen again, man. None of these people. I mean, because now it's like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. It's like no one has to sing in harmony with each other anymore because we can just make the harmonies by themselves, and there's no, you know, there's no real soul in anything. It's all like canned. You know, I mean, even the bands that are like trying to be big bands, big soul bands from, you know, they're trying to imitate what was going on. It's still just an imitation. It's not like they're playing the music from their soul, and that's why the music has soul. It's just that they're just playing music that sounds like soul, you know? It's not coming from their soul. It's not like 15 guys sat around with horns in the, you know, somewhere, and they just started playing some music and it came out of them and it was soulful. You know, it's like, hey, play this, hey, play that, put this part put this part here. You know, it's like you don't even have to do anything anymore. I don't even need a band. I could sit here. I shit you not, I have 116 songs up on SoundCloud. So, I mean, I played every single instrument on there right here at my house. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't, you know, you don't even need anybody else anymore to do anything. And that's part of what's wrong, you know, is that it's the interaction between each other that actually makes it happen, you know?
But it's still alive here in Louisiana. We got a culture called Zydeco. So, we have festivals. Well, I mean, before COVID, we had festivals, you know, celebrating agriculture. So you still got a lot of bands here that still rehearse. I know 3 bands. They invested their money wisely. You know, they bought them a building with a studio where they can go rehearse and practice and write and, you know, just get away. So it's still here. It's muffled. That's a good word I want to put on it.
Yeah, you know what I'm hoping for is it's the Roaring 20s, and I want to start seeing some speakeasies, man, where you can go, you don't have to wear a mask, you know, and everything's like it used to be, but you go to the door, you gotta, you know, and they open the slats. And they say, who the fuck is that? Oh yeah, come on in, man. Come on in, boys. You know?
Now, I wanted to ask Rico if you ever heard of buckwheat from Louisiana.
Buckwheat Zydeco?
Correct.
Yeah, I've heard him.
Yeah, he toured with Eric Clapton back in I want to say in the early 90s.
Yep.
And
I think you're right.
He did a documentary. He passed away like about 4 years ago. But they had worked on a documentary in New York where it was Bootsy Collins, Eric Clapton. It was a couple other good guitarists. They all got together and did a tribute to Jimi Hendrix. So that's, you know, I grew up setting up, helping them set up. I have another uncle that got a club that's right down the street from me, Paul's Playhouse. And I used to go watch them during the week, you know, do rehearsals and trying out different sounds. So I used to just go help my uncle clean the club and help them set up the drums, the bass, keyboard, the whole sound system. So those were beautiful times, and his music is very addicting.
Are you down in New Orleans?
I'm right on the outskirts of Lafayette.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't toured in, probably, I guess about 15 years, but I was down there. I was down there a couple times. I've actually been to 48 states. Well, 45 states.
Yeah.
So,
What about this right here, man? Check this out.
I don't want you to be no slave. I don't want you to work all day. I don't want your money too. I just want to make love to you. Love to you. Love to you. Love to you. Let me tell you now. I don't want you.
Freddie.
yeah, baby.
Freddie King. See, man, it's simple. Just real super simple, but that's all it takes right there.
I was gonna point something out, man, earlier on when you were talking about setting up like the club, right? Like how you go and the instruments get set up and the guys do the sound checks, and there's something about that, like the idea of getting the drums right, hitting the drum keys, and getting the skins tightened up, and then hitting the bass and getting the mic levels right, and then hitting a couple chords, getting the guitar tuned up right. And if you happen to be in the club when that's going on, before the show starts, right? Well, that's a better show when it starts, right?
Yeah.
Because you were there from the inception. I mean, it's an aspect that you'll never ever get from just listening to it on a record or CD or the radio.
Well, it's kind of like it gives you like a behind the scenes glimpse of what really goes into making it happen. So for a lot of people, they used to love to hang around the sound checks and stuff because they could actually you could see things and you could actually be like up close and personal to what was going on before the the actual production of the concert kind of thing. So a lot of people really dig doing that.
Yeah, and I was talking about my uncle's club. Like during the week when they would rehearse, it would bring energy to the community. People would come in, grab a beer or mixed drink, and they would call out, "Hey, play me some Tyrone Davis," or some Johnny Taylor. And man, that guitar player and people just get to dance, and it just pick up the energy, and the club making money, people tipping while they're practicing and rehearsing. So it was like it went full circle.
It did, man. It's so right. Check this out right here.
I ain't played for nobody in years. Wanted me some kids. I'll mess up. But for Rose, my wife, kids is for another time. Then one spring, I seen the change in her. Breasts started swelling up. A couple of mornings I hear her in the bathroom throwing up. I done seen it in other women before, so I knew. Then one day, Rose said she had to go to Jackson, visit her folks, and she ain't want me to go, so I stayed here. You know how they talk about a woman having that glow? She ain't have it no more. She done cut it out. Got rid of it. That voice in my head, every time I think it's gone, it comes howling back. Calls me when I'm ailing. Can't find my way home. Lost in the pines. I calls it the Black Snake Moan. Black snake all in my room. Black snake all in my room. Some pretty mama better get this black snake soon.
Everything gonna be all right this morning. Oh yeah. Woo! Now when I was a young boy, at the age of 5, my mother said I was gonna be the greatest man alive. But now I'm a man, way past 21. I want you to believe me, baby. I have lots of fun. I'm a man. I spell him.
Do you have sensitive teeth and gum problems?
Don't worry. Don't fret. Don't even sweat. Don't
Because
worry.
we got the fluoride for you.
That's right. Don't worry. Don't fret. Don't sweat. But I'm going to tell you what. I'm about to throw down with some Kid Creole and the Coconuts. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. This speak easy.
Upside down stool vision, ha cha cha cha.
the specials.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Message to Rudy. That's kind of Zydeco-ish in a way, kind of. It's almost there. It's in a way. I used to have after I worked at that nightclub when it closed, I opened up my own nightclub, and it was a comedy club, and I had to pay $6,000 a month rent for that place, so I had to stay open 7 days a week. So on the seventh day on Sunday, I always had Dixieland jazz in there because all the old folks would come down and dance and buy cocktails and shit. So
Yeah.
I'd always have
Kind of like polka with the accordion.
Yeah, just the whole Dixieland jazz kind of thing, with the clarinets and shit. Washboards. People who dug it, man, had a good time. They used to come down, and the place was packed, man. It's crazy. People enjoy dancing. It's trippy. I was looking at that for a while recently. I was looking at dance moves and dance steps, and I was thinking to myself, that's an aspect of the social engineering that we've never really touched on. But it's actually really poignant because I've noticed that the dance steps or that people were doing at certain times and why people dance in the first place, all of that is actually a really powerful socially engineering situation. Especially because, like, if you look at the way the dance moves have changed over the years, the way it used to be, the way it, got to be, and then now the way it is now. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's freaking awesome because the dervish, right? Like the whirling dervish, the expression of the whirling dervish. So the idea is the spiral dances, like the spiral of the galaxies. And so they're intonating through their dance the connection to the spiral nature of reality. That's pretty freaking awesome, man.
Yeah.
So that's one of these things that that you look at so dance is important, and dance is written and talked about biblically several times, right? Several times, like dancing to the Lord. What does that really mean? Well, it means to be honest about it, right? That's what it means. It means to be your body connected to your spirit, connected to your soul all at once. It's something that's natural.
Well,
and inherent, and it can't be faked, right?
Do you guys see a lot of dancing over where you are in Louisiana, for example, where there's like the people get into a trance-like state from the dancing that they're doing and the beats and everything that's going on? It's just like this. It's like this people just their eyes like roll in the back of their heads, kind of shit. Have you guys seen any of that?
Well, we have. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's called trail rides. It's basically music and cowboy together. Like you would have like a truck with a trailer with speakers on it, and you would have people come out with their horses, and you would go maybe 5-6 miles on a trail, around the city. And then after that, the big concert would start, and you would have people barbecuing and selling liquor or boudin or po' boys. And once the big show start with the zydeco player, if you don't know how to dance two-step or zydeco, well, you're not gonna get a woman. That's the culture.
Yeah. Well,
so women used it. Like if you knew how to dance, then you knew how to, in the bedroom, you was good in the bedroom.
Yeah.
PG-13, right?
Yeah. So, but yeah, the thing is too is it's there's so much in Louisiana and especially in New Orleans. There's so much of this Caribbean cultures that have come in, with the magic and the voodoo and the stuff that goes on. That's kind of what I was kind of talking about because Epic was alluding to the time and space of the whirling dervishes because it's said that when they go into these rhythmic dances that they do, that they actually go in through time and space, literally. And they get into this magical place where you get into where you're dancing, the rhythms are going, everything's going, and it's just this magic that is generated by the whole thing. You know, have you guys seen any of this type of stuff? Even if it was just like in parades or whatever, have you seen any of this voodoo stuff around Louisiana?
Well, it's tribal, and the original name for voodoo was voodoo. You know, it connects with you know, the natives, the rain dance. You know, it's all basically connection to Mother Earth, nature. So it's tribal, and you know, Haitian. You know, we did a lot of trading. You know, New Orleans is about as old as New York, as far as like ports and trading, spices. So that's the connection you're looking for.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I've had a lot of friends that have told me that they've had really intensely scary experiences when they've gone to New Orleans. You know that there's a lot of spiritual activity in that area just from all the stuff that's gone down there over the years. You know.
It was part of my book that never got published. So I'll just let you into that.
Well,
So
why don't you
go
come
ahead.
on and step on in here, man? Let us hear all about it.
So the idea, so the fictional book, the Portals of Enoch, featured two musicians, right? And the idea was that they came upon this magical place in Arizona, on the Arizona-California border, and they encountered a watcher, right? Not an actual one of the original, 200 watchers from the Book of Enoch, buried and interned there. Anyway, so the point was that as part of this, they got to travel through mystical beings through time and space and places around the earth. But one of the mystical places was that was New Orleans, because New Orleans was where the river of coming through the continent came into the ocean in the Gulf of Mexico. Right, I mean that's where it met. The two main waterways of the planet in the Western Hemisphere met right there, right. And so it was a magical place because that was an estuary. It was in meeting places of water is a metaphor for meeting of magic, right? So and so you had the river pirates coming down the Mississippi River. That's where famously Abraham Lincoln fought off the river pirates. The scar on his head is from. He got hit in the head with an oar when the river pirates tried to hijack his barge. Right, he fought them off. Right, he's like a 6'7" monster at the time. In his day, it wasn't quite that high, but he might as well have been. He was a tall guy. And the thing is that he fought them off. But the boardwalk in New Orleans is all the rafts that came down the river. So when they came down the river, they took all the wood from those rafts that came down the river and made the boardwalk in New Orleans. And so it became this meeting place of cultures and the meeting place of estuaries of main bodies of water. And this is this magical place. So it was part of the book because of that. And it's a fictional book. It's not a real book.
Do you know, have you heard of something called the rainbow serpent?
I sure have. Yes, I have. So where do you want to go with that?
Well, tell us about the rainbow serpent.
Well, there's the movie version, like the serpent and the rainbow, right? And there's the idea of the Kundalini and the energy generated through the coming through your body, through the spine and out that comes there. And it's a meeting of different elements, not elements, but different sources of power, right? It's kind of this. Now we're getting to like Manly P. Hall stuff here, but yeah, it's interesting.
Hey, Epic, take a look at the chat because Marianne Inc. is telling you to come to the drum circle at Kahana on Sunday. So you should check into the chat and find out about that. Maybe see what's going on with that.
I need to find out. I might be there because I am going to the Big Island on Tuesday, actually.
Wasn't that movie? Was the movie Jacob's Ladder also based in New Orleans? I can't remember. Was that movie Jacob's Ladder, and that was about the?
Oh, it might have been, but it was about the experiments done in Vietnam.
Right.
Yeah, with the psychotronic weapons and hallucinogenic drugs. Yeah. Spoiler: the whole movie is about piercing the veil, right? Which is an interesting tie-in to the fact that we were talking about that, or I talked about it with the woodcutting image from the 15th, 16th century, the alchemical man, right? So it's exactly that. That's what Jacob's Ladder is in the context of that film.
Well, I think it's interesting. Not only that Jacob's stone is under the queen's throne that she sits on. Isn't that the stone that Jacob was leaning on when the stairway to heaven?
The Pillar Stone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. People don't realize that stone is under the chair that the queen sits on, the top of the 13 steps.
Right, there go your esoterics.
You still there, Rio? Is Rio still here?
Yeah,
I'm still here.
Okay, good.
Come on in, Rio.
Yeah, what are you over there, man? I didn't see you. Come on in here, man.
It's interesting because, you asked before about the whole like voodoo thing in New Orleans, and I do remember like seeing a lot of that, and running into some guy that was the voodoo into the voodoo thing, and there were a few real creepy people there when I was down there, and you saw it like all over the streets too. Like you could, you walking down the street and you would see all these fortune tellers and shops that had strange kind of things, bones hanging in the windows and stuff. I remember thinking that it was really bizarre when I was down there.
Isn't it kind of weird that they call alcohol spirits, and so there's so much alcohol going on there, man, and with all the evil entities and demonic influences, where if you're susceptible enough and weak enough as a being that you can be susceptible to being influenced or even invaded by these energies.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why they call it spirits, right? Because you open yourself up to the spirits when you're not in control of your own body. Is basically I guess what it is. As you release the control and relax your consciousness a bit, it gives them an opportunity to take over. That's why and from what I understand, like a lot of the voodoo stuff, when they're doing their magic and their spells, there's always a strong alcohol involved with that, and they drink to the spirits and that kind of thing.
You remember that movie? Remember that movie Live and Let Die, 007?
Oh yeah.
Jane Seymour's first major hit. Yeah, it made her a star.
Yeah, that was based in New Orleans, wasn't it?
Yeah, when you had the black guy with the painted voodoo priest.
Yeah, man.
And that was the kind of guy that I met. I mean, that's like a good personification of the guy, And I remember when I met the guy, like I thought that he seemed too familiar, and he seemed kind of creepy, and that was exactly the kind of creepy it was.
It gets creepier, man. So New Orleans is also a CIA hotbed. So Lee Harvey Oswald was sent to New Orleans as a CIA operative, right? And he was sent there to work for NASA, right? His bookkeeping job at not bookkeeping, I'm sorry, the book depository job was like a bullshit thing in Dallas, but he originally went to New Orleans, right? After he came back from his defection attempt in the Soviet Union, and he got a job with NASA. But there was also, as Peter Levenda pointed out brilliantly, this whole thing of these wandering bishops, they called them, and they had this chapter in New Orleans, right? They're not a bishop of anything. They're not affiliated with the Catholic Church, not affiliated with any church. They're just a bunch of CIA agents, basically. Sorry, I mumbled that a little bit. CIA agents, basically, but unofficially, of course, nobody can prove that. But the thing is, it does draw a striking parallel, because they're the same people who recovered that acorn that fell from the sky. It's like the Nazi bell in Pennsylvania and all these other places. I mean, the same people get involved over and over again. The same FBI guys get involved over and over again. And New Orleans is a major focal point. Not only that, but it's a focal point for people, major authors of the time, like Tennessee Williams, and of course now is Anne Rice with Interview with the Vampire, and with what's his name, Truman Capote. So all these people through time, they all come through New Orleans, right? And then you can also look at it as a way that all these people who might have been manipulated genetically, and that's not even a joke. like Peyton Manning, I'm not even going to. He lived next door to Anne Rice, by the way. I don't know if people know that. And so there's this tie into New Orleans that's really interesting, right? That I won't take credit for because Peter Levinda pointed out before I did, but it's certainly interesting and worthy of note.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those places that seems like nobody really pays attention to, like the Playboy Mansion. Nobody. The Playboy Mansion was sitting there.
Playboy Mansion, New Orleans. They had one there. They did.
Did they?
Yes, they did. They sure did. And you know who the first people were who moved next door? The Process Church of the Final Judgment, right next door. Yep, that's a fact. Yeah. So there you go. It's another one of these connections we've talked about in other shows, but yeah, those guys are definitely entwined. Like definitely. One follows the other. Wherever Playboy opened, Process came.
And you know
right
what's
behind
interesting too is New Orleans is kind of like a place like Los Angeles where people go there, for a reason. It's like people go to Los Angeles to be a star. People go to New Orleans for whatever reason, maybe to be a star too. Maybe there's that sort of aspect to it. I'm not real sure what draws people to New Orleans, but it's the same aspect as like runaways going somewhere. They end up there, and then they end up, getting involved into the Playboy Mansion and the Process Church and all that.
Right, like the Pied Piper, in a sense. In
Yeah.
a sense, right? It's right there. Yeah.
Well, it's a tourist attraction. You got Mardi Gras. You have Essence during the summer. You wouldn't believe the people that come to New Orleans and perform, and it's sold out.
Yeah, all the biggest musicians in the world, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But it's beautiful to me. It's beautiful. I love New Orleans. I mean, I love Louisiana. I mean, I love America. So
There's no question that New Orleans is a meeting place of energies on the planet. It is. There's no question about it, right? I mean, just from a physical standpoint, you don't even have to look at it metaphysical or as magic or anything else. You just have to look at it as a physical manifestation, literally of a meeting point of energies.
Well,
the Mississippi River meeting, the Gulf of Mexico, and you have all those things right there, right, middle of the continent.
Isn't it also on like an intersection point of ley lines?
Yes, it exactly is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which was part of the story.
You're talking about navigation. Talking about like the southern part of Africa where a lot of hurricanes start and it just follows. I think it's a current. I forgot the name of the current. But you can catch that current. A lot of ships will ride that current from Africa all the way to America.
Well, in a magical sense, you have the fresh water meeting the salt water. Fresh water is the spirit, and the salt water is the body, right? So there's all kinds of things you can take to esoteric levels, but the fact that this actual place on the planet is all those things is fascinating at best, and at worst is something to really contemplate and wonder about.
So I got two things. So first thing is I was introduced to this idea that different bodies of water are generating different frequencies. And so different bodies of water generate different frequencies. Different people are attracted to those different bodies of water for whatever reasons, that certain people attracted to certain waters, across the planet, wherever they may be, wherever you may find them. I found some healing waters in Colorado, at these hot springs. If you guys are ever rolling down the 70 freeway and you go through Glenwood Springs, man, stop off at those hot springs right there. And seriously, the waters there and what's in them are really good for you, but then it's also the vibe of the water. So maybe there's some the meeting of those two waters there may be, generating some sort of a frequency or some sort of a porthole where people could jump through. Now, I also want to bring something else up, and then you guys take it from there and tell me what you think. So, basically, Microsoft or Bill Gates, right? He has now, he is basically famous for providing a software that people can hack, and then you have to buy more stuff from other people so they can't hack it. So to make more money. So what do people think is going to happen when he gives you some sort of software for your DNA? Don't you think it's going to be hackable? You know what I mean? And they'll have to do something else to bust the hack on it.
Well, it already is. That's what CRISPR's all about.
Right. So he's not even giving you a secure thing. Somebody could hack the injection that he gave you some other way, no?
Yeah, I mean, why not? It would make sense. I mean, and he's just the kind of guy to do something like that, too.
I know. That's what I mean. He could have made Windows unhackable, right? I mean, wouldn't it have been possible at some point?
Well, I mean, look at how hardened Linux is. There's still bugs and there's still ways in, but that was like why Linus Torvalds got involved in doing that, is because he was disgusted with Microsoft and Apple, basically.
What about this water, these frequencies, like different lakes and different, like for example, you have the Loch Ness monster. I mean, maybe there's some frequency going on there. There was Aleister Crowley bought his house next to that lake. Is there some sort of frequency vibe going on there? Is there something there, Epic? What do you think?
So my experience with this, such as it is, not being a practicing sorcerer or anything like that, is that bodies of water insulate you against magic. So actually, the more waters around you, just like RF energy with a cell phone or something, the more waters around you, the less likely you are to be impacted.
Well, especially salt water, because
Yes.
you have a dissolved
100%,
crystalline solid in the water. It does dissipate all sorts of RF and electromagnetic waves. It reduces the intensity.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I made a video about that. I mean, it's not posted on my YouTube channel, but I've shared it with here in chats and stuff. Yeah, a couple millimeters of saturated sea salt water will insulate you against 5G, 4G, all that stuff. I mean, those kind of frequencies, and no more than an inch of water like that will totally insulate you against that kind of RF interference.
Yeah, it actually almost works as well as lead.
Well, better than lead. In fact, on submarines, it's used as nuclear shielding. The reactors are shielded not by lead, but they're shielded by the seawater.
Hey man,
so,
let me tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. They didn't get rid of that lead paint because there's a bunch of kids, scraping it off and eating it.
No,
that's probably true. That is probably true.
It's 100%.
I agree with you on that. They can't see inside with the satellites for if the walls are painted with lead.
And you know what? I'll tell you what, man. There was a thing I never got to on any of the shows that I've done in the last 3 or 4 days that I wanted to bring up. And let me go dig it up, because these new satellite just got launched, and the shit looks right through your house, man. I mean, literally, it could look. I'm gonna go get it. Let me go grab it real quick. Hang on. Go ahead.
Well,
I
guess in a way it's the same technology as what they use in the airport scanners, right? I mean, even today, you stand there, you put your hands up, and they can see right through your clothes. They can see, everything, and they keep it at a low resolution, so it's the TSA agents aren't can't really be that perverted about it, but
right.
Yeah, but I mean, they can see the outline. They know how big it is, or whether you shave it or not, or whatever. They can look literally look right through you.
Okay, so listen. So let me just clue you into this. Let me see if I can. Let me get this up on my YouTube channel, because I bet you I can show this video. Hang on a second. So this place is called. Hang on a second. It's called Capella Space. is the name of the website. So let me get that website up here. Let me play this real quick while I get this together. I want to read this to you guys. I think I got away with that. Hang on a second. All right. So, Capella Space. All right. So I'm going to go to the way. Here's the page. I'm going to roll this video. I don't know what it's going to say because I have not played it yet. Like I said, I've been trying to get to this and get it out there, and I haven't been able to in the last 3 days. So here we go. Let's hear what it says. I don't know what it's going to say.
We're building satellites, we're putting them on the rockets, we're launching satellites into space, but we're not a satellite company. The satellites that we're building are just a means to collect the information that we think people care about.
It enables new applications in environmental monitoring, estimating carbon in forests for climate change, crop yields for food security.
Also, how the economy is using certain points of infrastructure, whether it's a port, whether it's a transportation node.
Anybody who has any kind of action on the planet, which really is everybody, from city planners to ocean monitoring, people who run pipelines, needs to know about what's going on.
What we want to do at Capella is opening up and making it so easy and accessible for everyone in the world to be able to utilize space.
Some people care about it on a small scale, some people care about it on a global scale. SAR from space can address both.
We enable people to make better decisions, and it really starts with data.
Most satellites, they can't see through clouds. They also can't see at nighttime. Capella's satellite, using synthetic aperture radar, can see through clouds. You can also see at nighttime. So we can collect imagery and information independent of weather and light conditions.
We can take incredibly precise measurements. We can measure millimeter scale differences, changes in a scene from space.
Because our ability to miniaturize these satellites from $1 billion school bus-sized satellite to a little tiny backpack 40 kilogram in size, we're able to launch a constellation of these satellites, and as a result, be able to monitor anywhere in the world every hour, all the time.
It's a reliable sensor. You'll get a measurement every time.
We want to open this data to everyone and democratize this type of information for our planet.
Capella has the ability to really improve the quality of life on the planet. I tell my nieces and nephews that I'm using satellites to save the world.
Hold on a second. It got away from me. Hang on.
Around the clock, persistent and global intelligence during all weather and lighting conditions is crucial for our military. Without it, the warfighter's survival and their mission can be put at risk. Maintaining information superiority is critical. At Capella Space, we're deploying a constellation of 36 small radar satellites to detect and track changes and human activity on the Earth's surface. Our synthetic aperture radar system is a fraction of the size and cost compared to traditional satellites. Unlike electro-optical space systems, our system can see through clouds and at night. Our radar system detects change on an hourly revisit and captures amplitude and phase history data, enabling valuable information like material properties and surface elevation. Capella's purpose-built system rapidly tasks the satellite and delivers data to users on average in 90 minutes or less when fully deployed. As the first U.S. commercial company providing persistent radar from space, we have gained support from many DoD entities and secured millions in commercial data contracts and venture capital. Our mission is to bring access to constant all-weather and lighting condition imagery. Capella's breakthrough engineering technology innovations make it the first small satellite SAR company in the industry to capture truly sub-0.5 meter, very high resolution imagery. Matched with unparalleled infrastructure, To deliver reliable global insights that sharpen our understanding of the changing world, Capella helps governments and businesses improve decisions about commerce, conservation, and security on Earth. To learn more, visit capellaspace.com.
There you go, Capella Space, man. Listen to this. A new satellite can peer inside buildings, day or night. The resolution is so crisp you can see inside individual rooms. A few months ago, a company called Capella Space launched a satellite capable of taking clear radar images anywhere in the world with incredible resolution, even through walls of some buildings. And unlike most huge array of surveillance and observational satellites orbiting the Earth, its satellite Capella can snap clear picture during night or day, rain or shine. Turns out that half the world's in nighttime and half the world's in day. On average, it's cloudy. CEO Payam Banzadeh, a former systems engineer at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, told Futurism, when you combine those two together, about 75% of the Earth at any given time is going to be cloudy or nighttime. It's going to be both invisible to you, and that portion is moving around. So there you go. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's just the next level of spying, you know.
Well, I know about it. I know a lot about it. So, Project Argus started at my company when I was working there, and we were working in union with BAE, which made the camera, right? And so that camera was put over San Diego for months on end, and so it can roll that information back, right? And now it's in satellite form. So when they say that it's going to be obstructive of weather, well, not really, because it's got infrared and it's got other things.
Wow, you should see how long the delay is on YouTube right now. It's like minutes, dude.
Really? Damn, intelligence.
It's still showing the video. It's still right now showing the video where they're talking about it. It's like,
Oh no, it's not for me. I'm actually only about 7 seconds from behind what I'm hearing in the headphones.
yeah, well, no, I'm seeing the pictures on what's going out on YouTube right now, and it's like 5 minutes behind us.
All I know is that it's definitely much more sophisticated than what people think it is. But it's not even what people think it is. It's like, it's in the news. You go look it up. Like it's even on GA General Atomics website that Project Argus is live on satellites right now. So the same technology that was used on these planes flying over San Diego 10 years ago. It was 10 years ago, but just as a base point, but I won't get the exact years right. But the point is that it's everywhere now. It's scanning the whole planet.
Hey, somebody go see if you go out and see if it says we're live, if you're subscribed, if it's red. Because I bet you right now we're totally banned right now. Because they're not even showing the video. I kept going back to I kept looking at it going, why don't I see the video I'm playing when I was looking?
Well, here, I'll check it right now.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was going, why am I not seeing the video I'm playing right now? And I kept flashing back to it. And then I realized, I was like, I just thought I was, because I was looking at myself on the screen is why I didn't see it. But it
Oh, yeah, it says we're live.
All
and then actually here, it's, just change the picture right now and I'll tell you how long it takes.
All right, well, there's a satellite flying. Now it's nothing there. It's my studio page. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So anyway, is Sargent still here or did he go?
I think he's still here.
Okay, I can't see where I'm in a different call. That's why, because I had to get those links. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to delete that other call. Wait, let me make sure it's not the wrong call. I'm going to leave that other group from before. Hang on. All right, so now I'm coming back to your call. I'm still here. All right, cool. So, but I can't see who's here now. Oh, I got to resume.
At Ellington Field. I did armament on F-16s. So water was a necessity for any type of military post. And Salt water, fresh water. Well, salt water affects the paint and the engines and stuff like that. But it was, yes, you're spot on with it, because salt water, well, iodine, I should say iodine in the salt is really the mineral that affects humans' bodies. Over.
Well, right. So okay. So the fact that New Orleans is at this junction point where you have all the trade that was coming down the Mississippi. Mississippi ends at New Orleans, right? And they use those boards to make the boardwalk, and there's this great history about New Orleans and how it goes into the Gulf of Mexico, where it's this meeting point where, as many people pointed out, and you pointed out in the others have pointed out, is that there's this end of the tidal surge, if you will. Not tidal surge, that's the wrong analogy, but the storms that come across the Atlantic come through the Gulf of Mexico, and oftentimes come there. Like it's a culmination point. Like there's a start point on one side, and it comes across the other side, and it meets somewhere in that zone. It may not always be New Orleans, right? Thank God, right? You want to have a hurricane every time there's a storm coming to New Orleans, but at the same time, they do come into the Gulf of Mexico, and hopefully they die there or they die before they get there. But the point is that New Orleans is this critical juncture point where, from a magical standpoint, for people who think that way, it's the two kinds of water. It's the fresh water and the ocean water. Ocean being the big, the sea, the soul, and the fresh being like the spirit moving across the land, right? And so from a esoteric standpoint, it's so important for it to be New Orleans, right? New Orleans, and so it's not a coincidence in my mind that not only do you have all these cultures that meet there in the musical standpoint, but also from the intelligence agency standpoint, how they put these people there. They put them there. Why'd they put them there? Why New Orleans, right? Why specifically New Orleans? It's because of that, right? Because they do believe in magic at some point. At least that's my conjecture.
This is a total trip, man. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I was telling you guys that there was a lag or whatever, and then I went away for a second to go clear this other call that seemed to be going on. And when I came back, you were talking about something we were talking like 30 minutes ago. You guys were all talking. And I feel like I just went back in time or something, man, because you were talking about the boards.
Nice. Yeah, I did.
You were talking about the boards on the boardwalk, and I was like, wait a minute, we just talked about that like 45 minutes ago. I felt like I went back in time or something. So a trip, man.
but it was reinforcing the idea, with the New Orleans focal point. Because I do think that's important, because there's no reason for it to keep showing up that way.
Well, did we talk about satellites?
We did talk about satellites.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it seemed like I came back. It seemed like we didn't even talk about satellites. I was like, wait a minute.
No, we did. We did.
Having a little time slip over there?
That's what I was thinking, Who knows? You never know. But it is getting late, man. I got to get going. So what do you guys think? It's about time. It's about space. It's about time we get out of this place.
Well, I think it's great that we were able to make something cohesive out of the idea that we're all kind of. Let's go back to the beginning. Right? The whole beginning of this event was that we're just going to tap out. It's time to leave behind the conjecture. It's time behind. We're opinion. We have opinion fatigue. We don't need people telling us their opinions anymore. We don't want that anymore. Give us the facts or get the F out, right? I mean, that's the only polite way to say it.
Exactly. Man. I'm from the show. I'm from the show me state, man. You know what I mean? If you got the evidence, you show me or shut the F up, man. I don't want to hear about it no more. I'm so sick of it, man. I swear to God. Never in my life has my life ever been affected by a president like it has been. You know what I'm saying? In other words, what I'm saying to you is What did Trump tweet today? What did Trump do? What did Trump mean? He didn't mean what he said. He was telling me something in secret. What does it mean? It's like I'm reading the hieroglyphics on the side of the fucking pyramids. You know what I mean? It's like I don't.
Hey,
Man,
I wanted to ask you a question, though,
go ahead.
Jimmy.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey,
We don't have to
yeah.
go right now. I just figured let's start winding it up.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to ask y'all a question, and if y'all heard about Hijacker was saying on the show last night with Viking, he was saying that that Russia would be on the side of America, and I don't know if you all had heard about this hacking that went on with what they calling it, the windstorm or whatever. And it's supposed to involve, they're thinking that it's involving Russia.
Yeah, jump in on that too, Epic. But yeah, no, it's called solar storm or solar wind.
Solar storm. Yeah,
solar wind, and there's another thing called fire eye, and there was a bunch of stuff going on. And as a matter of fact, unrelated to that, but in the same realm. The other night when we had this power outage, like I told you guys about on air, we had this power outage. Every time there's a power outage, like for example, if you have a computer and there's some software loaded on it, or if you have a phone or a router and there's software loaded on it, the software doesn't take effect until you reboot the machine. So you're not going to necessarily reboot your machine, but if the power goes out, you're forced to reboot. And so when a lot of this computer shit happened the other day, there was a power outage, but I looked at the down detector, and all across the United States there was this moment where a bunch of stuff blinked and there was internet issues going on, Epic, and it was right at that moment. So what do you think about that? And then let's jump in on some of this activity.
Yeah, that was the other morning, right? Like YouTube and Google and all the services went down.
Yeah, jump in, Rio.
Twitter too. Yeah.
Yeah. That's I actually caught that because I was online at that point, and like everything just stopped working, and I started getting errors all over the place, and it was like about 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time.
Well, yeah, and I'm gonna dig something up that I got from Russia that they said about Trump, and I'll dig it up and read it to you guys and tell me you guys tell me what you think. But jump in on there on what Two Feathers was saying, Epic. You and Rio jump in there.
No, there's no question about this. Like to me, that we saw it happen a couple weeks back when I was in the Big Island, back pre-Thanksgiving. The same thing happened where they lost all the YouTube. It actually was the trip before Thanksgiving, so we've been back in maybe early November, where YouTube went down, Twitter went down, everyone went down. We talked about the fact that this is like a reset to load software. It's like a reset to load software. It's exactly what it was like. Like they had everything went down. You got to reboot, and it's gonna like upgrading Windows. But in this sense, it's in the sense of everything has to be rebooted, right? And it happened just now, a couple of days ago. So,
well, the interesting part that I noticed with the first big shutdown that was a couple of weeks back is my internet speeds, my overall, like when you're doing a speed test, have actually my download speeds have gotten just a tiny bit slower. Like, usually my computer would, download at 14, and now I'm, all three computers would always download at 14. Now I'm only getting about 12 and a half. And I also noticed that doing the speed test, my top speed was always like 120, and it's down to about 115, 112 to 115 now on average. And it has not been as high as it was since that power failure or that internet crash that was a couple of weeks back. The one that was pre-Thanksgiving.
From November.
Yeah.
All right. Listen to this. Okay. On Tuesday, the Kremlin finally acknowledged that U.S. President Donald J. Trump has been defeated by President-elect Joe Biden by sending an official congratulatory message to the incoming American president. Russia state media immediately noted that Russian President Vladimir Putin, the last leader of the G20, to recognize Biden's indisputable victory. Russian state TV hosts, pundits, and lawmakers were also quick to point out the unusually dry language of Putin's greetings, noting, unlike his prior telegrams to Trump and Obama, Putin didn't express any hope that the U.S.-Russian relations might improve in the near future. There are no hopes expressed in Putin's letter to Biden, none whatsoever, noted Olga, whatever her name is, the co-host of Russian state TV, like 60 Minutes. She added, "We are disappointed in Americans," describing the American president as our candidate Trump and our friend Donald, our grandpa and poor Trump. Kremlin-controlled state TV shows conceded that Trump's days in the Oval Office were numbered, while the doom and gloom in Russian state media inevitably surrounded most discussions acknowledging Trump's electoral defeat. Pundits and experts celebrated the bright side of their favored candidate 4-year reign, mission accomplished, rejoiced Karen, whatever her name is, CEO of Maz Film Studios. Here's coming the kicker. Hang on, so let me catch back up. So Maz Studios, an ever-present pundit in the Russian state TV and news talk shows, appearing on state TV program The Evening with Vladimir Slodinov. She said that Trump's political mission, they called his reign, his 4-year reign, mission accomplished. And here's what her final statement is. Trump's mission was to destroy the political system of the United States, and he successfully did just that. He was a Trojan horse. He brought us here. He got us ready for his Jesuit brother.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know, man.
Well, the part that gets me that's interesting about this is, I kind of, I don't want it to sound wrong, but I kind of like Putin. He's trying to do the right thing for his people. And, the fact that he liked Trump and was trying to get along with the United States in some respects, we still talk about the spying and, the secret enemy thing and all that. But I think he liked Trump because the two of them, sat down and talked.
Well,
whereas, all the other presidents in the past, it was always, Russians are the bad guys and the enemies.
Well, let me tell you something, man. My mom's friend is from Armenia, and I'm pretty sure it's Armenia, and they talk heavily about Trump over there, but his wife, and because of where she's from, and Trump's heavily tied to the Russians, man. Trump's done a lot of stuff for Russia. Trump made him give up these lakes and all this stuff to get these certain rights. He's done a lot for Russia. The rest of this article was that they would give him a hero's parade if he was to go to Russia. Because they.
Well, in reality, the Cold War has been over for a long time. Why do we have to always look at Russia as the enemy? Why can't we just be, even if we don't have to be best buddies, why can't we just peacefully coexist on the planet without having to, be at war with them all the time? We were allies in the past. Why can't we be allies now?
But what really makes me laugh, man? Have you ever looked at? My mom's got a world atlas. From back in the day. It's still her world atlas. She still has it. She just pulled it out the other day, and she looked. She goes, look at this, because her atlas still shows the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was literally half of the world, man. Russia by itself is something, but all of those countries together, you can see why it was broken up, man. But Russia,
and they kind of ruled over, Yugoslavia and Poland and Latvia and Slovenia and all those countries. You know, they were all tied in with the USSR. I remember that as a kid when we were looking at maps. You know, it was always the USSR on the, and they were huge.
Yeah, so remember when the Soviet Union, when it was there. I mean, Levi's cost $50, and all the Russians wanted to come here, and there were so many Russian immigrants and all this. I mean, it's going to be the opposite. You're going to see a bunch of Americans immigrating to all these old Soviet Union states.
Go to East Europe, yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, because they think it's better or something. They think it's free. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore, honestly. I'm just taking it day by day, man, trying to make the best out of it that I can. I
have an insight. I have a certain insight to this.
Well, let me just say this before you give me that insight. I just want to say I've always had great interaction with all my Russian counterparts, because I've been in technology, and there's a lot of Russians and Ukrainians and people that are in tech. And so they're always hardworking, good people that I've always met. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not gangsters. There is, but, whatever. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah. So well, from a personal level, like my fiance, ex-fiance, I guess now, but my longtime girlfriend and wife, right, basically, was Hungarian. And her parents were abducted. There's no better way to say it. That's all what it is. From the Hungarian uprising, her dad wrote for a newspaper, and her mom was like a fashion newspaper there in Hungary. Hungary back in 1958 was like the central point of Europe where also was going on. And so when this happened, they had an option. They could either be executed or they could go back to Moscow. So her dad ended up writing for Pravda, and her mom ended up becoming like the Mademoiselle editor equivalent there in Russia. And I, of course, came from an intelligence community aspect, working for a long time, chasing Russians around. so it's kind of funny for us to hook up, but and I got to know them all really well. Both went to Hungary. I stayed at the house for weeks, with her dad after Hungary, after the Soviet Union broke up and Hungary got its freedom back, so to speak. And it was great, but the point is that, like you said, half the world was Soviet. What are we talking about? We're talking about this idea of propaganda essentially influencing people at a level they never dreamed of, because they all thought they were on the right side of this war they weren't really fighting. Right? They weren't really fighting anything.
Well, that's what what I say is I say when the wall came down, the wall didn't come down. This is like the slaves were never freed. It was just that everybody was made equally a slave. And, the thing was, a lot of times, people don't realize, even before slaves were freed, those slave owners sent slaves to the city, say, go ahead and go work, man. You go to the city and get a job. You just send me back 50% of whatever you make. And then you live off of whatever else you got. And so that's what happened is all these people moved into the cities to get these industrial jobs. And then they were just left hanging there, man. They didn't have enough money to even survive. They were still sending money back. And if you look at it, when the slaves were freed, we still ended up paying 50% back to the slave owners, which is the elitists and these corrupt scum that have made their positions into these positions of power. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a slippery slope, man. You know what I'm saying? Slippery.
Well, I think that we've kind of hit the nail on the head in a lot of these.
When the wall came down, we all became communists, man. That's what I'm telling you. They want a one world communist situation.
Well, they want a theocracy. Yeah, that's what they want. They want a theocracy, and they're going to get it. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, to think that we're going to fight it, yes, we can. We can stave it off for a certain amount of time, but eventually it's going to become this.
Dude,
it's going to become that.
Don't you find it? I mean, to me, I understand it, and I don't want to piss on it when I hear people saying it. I understand where they're coming from, but it ain't no 1776, man. It's 2020, and I just showed you the satellite that can look down into your house. So what?
Right. Yes.
What is it exactly? People are gonna go out there with their muskets, and you can have all the firearms you want, man. It doesn't matter. They can roll into your neighborhood with a truck and blast you with sonic devices that'll make you wish you were never born on the floor of your house, puking and twisting and turning. And they just come in and put some tie wraps on your wrist and throw your ass out. Fucking in the truck and take all your guns, because they know what guns you have because they looked into your house with that satellite, man. You see what I'm saying, Sergeant?
Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
you're talking about the satellite and
Yeah, no, I'm
us
just
fighting back.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like people are under the impression it's 1776 or whatever. Like if for some reason the military was to go against the American people in some form and use the technology that's available to them with drones and all this other stuff, I mean, what do people think they're actually going to do?
Well, my perspective. You see, my family line is Choctaw Creek Indian on my mother's side. So I know about fighting. You have to fight. You have to put up some type of resistance. You're not necessarily don't have to fight with your hands, but you can fight mentally.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about early on in the show, was the infinite space inside of your mind. Because like in the future, I mean, it's like we're not living in the way that we were before, and so obviously there's a lot of people that are veterans that have been in the recent wars that have had access to some of the technologies that are out there that are available in wartime, and a lot of that stuff that they rolled out in Iraq was like pilot program stuff, that they were rolling out. For example, RF agitation of crowds. They were putting devices on rooftops out there, and they were blasting RF, making people angry. Those were the people that were tearing down that statue and, tearing that down. That was all done with RF, agitating crowds. Because people weren't agitated until, they got agitated, right? And then there was this whole other thing that they found out there. These doctors found these people, these bodies, where they had holes burned clean through them, clean through the cars that they were in, clean through their skulls. There was no blood or anything, and people have described these green beams coming through the desert. There's a lot of that stuff going on. What'd you hear about that over there, Epic? Those green beams that were going through the desert, burning.
We didn't hear about the green beams, but I saw personally. I personally saw them. Were those trucks, the PSYOPs trucks, and they actually had it on the side of the truck. They actually had it on the side of it, but it wasn't they were trying to hide it. They let it be known exactly what they're doing. So it said PSYOPs, whatever core, right on the side. You know what I mean? They're not trying to hide it. They didn't try to hide it at all.
All right. Well,
and so that to me is more scary in a way than if they just hit it, right? Because they let not only the enemy know, but us know, everybody know exactly what they're doing.
Well, let me ask you guys all a question. You can go around the table and say, what do you think they found or they were after in that museum? What did Saddam Hussein have? Did he have some technology there? What did he have? What do you think they were after there? What was
I know exactly what they had.
Go ahead.
So what they had was they found the burial tomb of what's his name? Sorry, man, I'm gonna go for a second here.
Nebuchadnezzar.
No, not Nebuchadnezzar. Not Nebuchadnezzar.
Nimrod.
Nimrod. Yes, of Nimrod. Mm-hmm. That's right. And so this is the PNAC and all those guys had the stuff all mapped out ahead of time. They didn't know they were going to get it, and when it came out that they found it, the Project for New American Century sent the stuff in 1998 to Clinton to go invent a reason to go into Iraq, but because they wanted to go there, because that's what they wanted, right? But when it happened and they actually found it, they went right away. They went right away. So I mean, and they already knew from the computers they had stolen, not stolen, but captured in Manila in 1998 when Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's nephew about the planned attack on the Twin Towers. They knew they could. There was an excuse to go into, at least go into the Middle East, but this gave an opportunity perhaps to go into Iraq, and they used it. And that's what they wanted. They wanted the tomb of Nimrod. That's what they went after. They knew exactly where they're going, and the day after that was seized, everything went to hell in Iraq. There was no plan afterwards. Everybody was left to fend for themselves. It's a complete, just ridiculous scenario because nobody cared after that. It was all just given to a bunch of people and contractors to do whatever they wanted to because they got what they wanted. So, yeah, I believe that 100%. I mean, 100%. That's what they went for. They got it, and after they got it, they left.
All right.
And after that, it's up to us.
You ever seen that comedian? And he's talking about being in the Chinese restaurant. He's a real heavy dude. He's like 300-400 pounds, and he goes to this Chinese restaurant, and it's all you can eat. And the guy comes out of the kitchen. And he goes, "You been here 4 hours. You go. Right. You go now." Well, we've been here 4 hours. We go now. Hey, Sergeant. Two Feathers, thanks for hanging. If we go live over the weekend, man, you guys are welcome to come. I'll send you messages now that I have your contact info. Rio, give me a call tomorrow if you have time. I know you're in Texas. You want to go live. Epic, you want to go live. Everybody else, come on in, say goodbye, and we're gonna get out.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I mean, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it, guys. I mean, we really needed that extra input, and it's always great to have you. And I think that, the whole idea about Nimrod, I mean, that's legit, man. And we could do a show of that in the future because, that's for real. That really is for real.
What a pleasure, y'all. It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks, man. We really appreciate you guys a lot, man. Thanks a lot for hanging out with us, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's always good to have, intelligent conversation, because you never stop learning.
Yeah, man. All right.
Yeah, definitely nice to actually meet and talk to you guys.
Yeah, you as well. We see that was who we got, Epic, and who's the other one?
That was Rio. That was
Rio.
Rock and Rio.
Okay, nice to meet you, Rio. Y'all can send me a contact. Man, I'll be glad to put y'all on my friends list, man.
Sweet.
No problem.
Kick ass. All right. Well, you guys are welcome, man. Just let us know if you're around, and you're always welcome to join us. All right. Well, let's get out of here, man. Thank you guys for joining us, and everybody's hung with us this whole time over here. We still got 15.
Yeah, put the link in the chat.
I will.
To YouTube so I can check it out.
Yeah, I will. And we still got 15 people over here in the chat. And so, hey, Marion Inc. says for you to go to that drum circle. So go in the Marion Inc. In the chat, Epic, and find out where to go before I close it out. All right, you guys, we're going to take off. We're going to listen.
All right.
We're gonna listen to some
Good night,
Floyd
y'all.
on the way out. Here we go.
Are you feeling okay? Time to go. Are you feeling okay? Time to go. Are you feeling okay? Time to
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?